Chapter 9:14. Destroy the human world? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Your Permethos suffered a great loss, and even the heavens can't do anything about it. Ba Liming has become the Martial Dao River, working together with the Boundless River. Jiangli also controls the Slaughter River and the Royal Dao River. There's also the mysterious Wang Chao. Plus, the human world and immortal world are starting to merge. In the future, they'll definitely take another step forward. Even if we join forces, we won't be able to do anything to them. The youth didn't agree. More importantly, the human world has a way to break the cauldrons and sink the boats. They can release the curse on everyone and cause the worlds to collapse. They'll absorb endless power. I admit that. The blue human body formed by the three Permetha Venerables said, "Our Permetha Venerables suffered a great loss because of this. How do you think we should deal with him?" "It's simple." The youth said, "No matter who wants to unify the worlds, the human world will always be our greatest enemy. Plus, I want to deal with Yuanshi, so the human world must be subdued. The humans of Earth are Yuanshi's pawns. Once he comes out, the worlds will collapse and he'll be unified. But now, we can only wait and make arrangements in the dark." "What arrangements?" the blue man asked. "It's simple. Permetha and I will work together to deal with Yuanshi." The youth said, "Chaos and Yuanshi are both our enemies. In fact, Yuanshi is even more terrifying than chaos. Yuanshi's intention is simple. He wants to absorb the entire material world and turn it into his own. Then, he'll use himself as a sacrifice to his unfathomable ideal and hope of transcendence. We'll fight to the death with the chaos fish." Sacrificing chaos is the highest form of sacrifice. There's no target beyond that. Is Yuanshi going to sacrifice an illusory ideal? The blue man found it inconceivable. Yes, he's sacrificing his ideal and hope. Plus, he found some secrets, the supreme secrets to transcend reincarnation. Plus, there's something wrong with chaos. So, I think as long as we subdue Yuanshi, we'll all be able to transcend, the youth said, and the key to subduing Yuanshi is the human world and his maid. The maid knew that at this moment, she was at an absolute disadvantage. However, she had no choice. She couldn't even leave now. She couldn't leave even if she wanted to, because the lamp was still controlled by Wan Chinchio and Bien. "I know you're loyal to Primordial Heavenly King of Heaven, and we're working with you. I won't make things difficult for you this time. Just leave the lamp and give up control. Brother Wan Chinchio and I will take half of it, and then you can go." Xin Yuan Bien suddenly said, "Without the undying God lamp, I will immediately be suppressed by others." The maidservant laughed bitterly. Good. I never thought that after plotting for so long, this would be the result. You still care about old times, but you will regret it. The Primordial Heavenly King is not someone you can fight against. As long as he is born, he will be as powerful as chaos. "Keep bragging," the strongest warrior said. "Don't I know how strong the Primordial Heavenly King is?" "You really don't." Back then, Yuanshi's plan didn't succeed. But later on, he created the myriad worlds celestial sphere and extracted the essence of will from the depths of chaos. You can say that even the third universe's heavenly will isn't a match for him. He's invincible. The moment Yuanshi's treasury is opened, you'll regret it. The sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and you'll be saved. Don't listen to people's words. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets. "I already know that Yuanshi is unfathomable," Wan Chinchio said calmly. "We don't want to be associated with him. He can't be controlled. Accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger." "That's right. Listen to us and hand over the lamp. No one can harm you, and I know you have trump cards," Bien said. Xin Yuan Bien said, "Actually, you're unfathomable, and you have many secrets. Your relationship with the myriad world celestial orb is like that of a mother and her child. I've been practicing cultivation and studying it in secret. You don't need to pretend to be pitiful. If Heavenly King Primeval Beginning is so strong as his handmaiden, you're definitely going to shake heaven and earth. No one will be able to do anything to you." All right. Xin Yuan Bien, Wan Qinxiu, since that's the case, I'll give the lamp to you. After all, everything you've done is within Yuanshi's calculations. I don't need it." The maidservant suddenly wiped away the imprint on the magic lamp. The fire seed was ignited on the magic lamp, and then the magic lamp flew up. The lamp was temporarily out of control. "Now's my chance." Jiang Li, who was hiding in a corner, knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All of a sudden, he channeled the power of the martial Tao River, the Slaughter River, the Boundless River, the Monarch River, the human world, and all of his own power to form an enormous hand that grabbed the lamp in the blink of an eye. Finally, the lamp was in Jiang Li's hands. He had been waiting for a long time for them to fight. He had hidden himself so well that no one had noticed him. His concealment arts were unparalleled, and he was proficient in void escape magics. His good fortune of primordial chaos and the Tao of Heaven were fused with the true void. Everyone was shocked by his sudden attack. Who could have guessed that he would be able to hide himself and snatch the undying god lamp away at the critical moment? Of course, 60% of the undying god lamp was controlled by Wan Qinxiu and Xianyuan Bian. Jiang Li couldn't refine it in a short time. However, Jiang Li's foundation was deep, and he had fused with the human world and the immortal world, almost becoming a creator. His cultivation had reached the peak, and ordinary people couldn't understand it. Even the sovereigns couldn't understand his current cultivation. His cultivation couldn't be described. Couldn't say. Didn't want to say. Wouldn't say. The state of not telling the four. This state was extremely profound. It was the supreme Zen state. As soon as the undying god lamp was in his hand, he unleashed his divine power. Slaughter, monarch, limitless, and martial path descended from the depths of the void. The four rivers intertwined and formed the four symbols divine diagram, which had the power to trap the heavens and sink the earth. The four rivers entered the undying god lamp. The original flame of the lamp exploded continuously, and patterns appeared on the lamp, as though cracks had appeared. The ancient well of all beings absorbs the essence of the lamp and fuses it into one. I am indestructible, and the indestructible is me. Inscribe the indestructible scripture on it. The river of time appears again. Jiang Li didn't stop there. He brought out the all-existence ancient well, absorbing it into his body. Numerous magical symbols appeared inside of him, as well as the indestructible sutra, which he sent into the everlasting everlit lamp. The lamp was a peerless divine item. Although it couldn't compare to the Fortune Jade disc, it wasn't far off. It shouldn't have been possible for Jiang Li to control it, but Jiang Li cultivated the indestructible scripture and had obtained 104 scrolls. Moreover, he had fused with the ancient well of all beings and absorbed the lamp's essence. In addition, he was strong and had long since plotted this. In the blink of an eye, the undying god lamp twisted again. It was like a virus invading the system and successfully parasitizing it. Crack, crack. He had seized control of the undying god lamp. In other words, Wan Qinxiu and Xianyuan Bian had completely lost control of the lamp. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to seize it. Wan Qinxiu, Xianyuan Bian, and Yuanshi's maid had worked together to push the lamp to the limit. But now, the three of them had fallen out. Wan Qinxiu and Xianyuan Bian wanted the lamp, and Yuanshi's maid had been so disheartened that she had thrown the lamp away that she had lost control of a third of the lamp. Now, Jiang Li had seized control of the lamp and poured his power into it, giving him control of a third of the lamp. With that control, he could go one step further and seize control of the lamp. When there were no cracks in the levees, it would be very difficult to break through. But with a crack, it would be much easier. All it would take was a small crack, and the levees would be breached. Furthermore, Jiang Li had seized control of a third of the lamp. His movements were inconceivably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already plundered the undying god lamp. Now the entire lamp was his. His chest was filled with joy. He had once been schemed against by primordial heavenly king's maidservant and stolen the Nine Suns' world-annihilating envoy. He had even been summoned to the myriad world celestial sphere by her to oppress him. Now, he had taken revenge on her and dug out her roots. You stole my 9 sons' world-annihilating envoy. Now, I will steal your undying god lamp. This is karma. Maid, Wan Chinchio, Xinyuan Bien, many thanks. The undying god lamp will fuse with me, and I'll take another step toward the Tao of indestructibility. The undying god lamp floated above his head and entered his brain. A ring of flames appeared behind his head and began to baptize his body. Jiangli had obtained the undying god lamp, but he didn't hold it in his hands like Heavenly King Primordial Beginning's maidservant. Instead, he fused it into his body and refined it. He didn't need a magical treasure. What he needed was his body. His body was a magical treasure. His body was his primordial spirit, his soul, and his energy. If he could fuse with the universal well, then he could fuse with the undying god lamp. Right now, everything was gathered in his body. His body wasn't material, nor was it energy. It wasn't the void, nor was it a spirit or a soul. It was something inexplicable, something that had never existed in the heavens before. It was limitless and nothing. With the undying god lamp fused into his body, Jiangli felt like he was about to succeed in breaking through fate. Take back the undying god lamp. Xinyuan Bien and Wan Chinchio roared. The strongest warrior sneered. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ruler of the mortal world, you're actually hiding behind me. It seems like I have to suppress you this time. Give me your life, myriad treasures river. Crown Prince Great Dream and Jiang Nalan attacked without hesitation. Their hatred for Jiang Li was irreconcilable. It seems like it's time to destroy the mortal world, said Permitha's blue body. Chapter 9:15. Why do you have to do this? You want to deal with me? Jiang Li sighed. He had nothing to fear now. He swallowed the undying magic lamp and fused it into his body. He felt his essence chi fuse with heaven and earth, and there was a feeling of ascending to the 9 heavens. The undying magic lamp was fused with the undying scripture. It was the fusion of the fire seed and the primordial spirit. Finally, his cultivation reached the great success stage. The undying magic lamp itself contained the origin of time. Otherwise, it would not be called undying. The undying scripture was the book of time. It was stored inside the lamp, and they worked together to destroy time and space. His power spread out, and any attack was completely absorbed. That terrifying aura made Great Dream Crown Prince and Jiang Nalan retreat, not daring to attack him again. I see. Jiang Li understood. The interior of the undying god lamp seemed to have a nourishing effect on the undying scripture. If he didn't obtain the undying god lamp, then even if he obtained the 108 scrolls of the undying scripture, they would still be taken away. In the future, the scripture would still fly out of his body and enter the undying god lamp. This was the plan of Yuanshi's servant girl. Thinking about opening the treasure trove in the future, he would get the remaining 4 scrolls and fuse them into one. Suddenly, the servant girl would start a ritual, and all 108 scrolls would fly out of his body, along with his bloodline and most of his power. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? It could be said that he was sinister and cunning. Of course, all of this was within Jiang Li's calculations. He knew that Yuanshi would think of all ways to scheme against him. After all, he was his home. Of course, Yuanshi's schemes were understandable. They had different philosophies. If Jiang Li was in that position, he would do the same. In the face of the great chaos calamity, the life and death of all worlds could be abandoned. However, now that Wang Chao had escaped the control of the primordial heavenly king of heaven, Jiang Li would naturally be able to escape step by step. Now that he had obtained the immortal magic lamp, the primordial heavenly king of heaven had lost control over him under the influence of karma. The energy of the undying divine lamp itself was almost limitless, enough to suppress the great heaven cosmos. It was only slightly weaker than the good fortune jade disk, and more than enough to create a universe sacred land. Even in the current human world, the undying divine lamp could stabilize the vitality. However, Jiang Li had fused with his body, and he had to suppress it himself. The power was even more ferocious. Rumble. In the depths of the boundless void realm, the limitless river swelled up. In an instant, it seemed to have increased by 3 to 4 times. The limitless river was created by Zhongli himself, and it grew along with his cultivation level. As long as Zhongli's cultivation level was high and his influence was strong, the limitless river would grow stronger under the interaction of their auras. Then, the Martial Path River also started to surge. The Slaughter River and King Path River attracted each other and were pulled by the Martial Path River. The Boundless River had already targeted the Noble Spirit River and was actually starting to devour it. In the Void Realm, the Winding River could devour the Winding River and fuse with it. Back then, the River of Time had been devoured by the River of Time. Now, the Boundless River and the Martial Path River were going to devour the Noble Spirit River, causing the Heaven Realm of Justice to have no source. The Heaven Realm of Justice was formed by the Confucian, book, painting, and literature realms. Their strongest power was to summon the Noble Spirit River with the treasures of the 4 realms. Now, the Noble Spirit River was being devoured and fused by the Boundless River and the Martial Path River. The people of the Heaven Realm of Justice were at their wits' end. There was nothing they could do about it, unless the strongest expert appeared, an existence that surpassed the Great Emperor level, and performed a sacrifice. But even then, it was useless. This was because Ba Liming's Martial Path River had fused with him. As Zhongli's power grew stronger, he naturally had nothing to fear. He was also fearless in front of everyone. "You can't do anything to me." Zhongli's voice was loud and clear. "Strongest warrior, you actually want to plot against me. Just now, I didn't try to control you, nor did I make a move to form karma with you. You've gone too far. I'm afraid you won't be convinced by your recklessness." "That's true. I was the one who acted recklessly." The strongest warrior laughed. "However, your ideals are in conflict with mine. Our paths are different, and we can't work together. You want to unify the myriad realms. I want to unify the myriad realms. Permitha also wants to unify the myriad realms, and Yuanshur also wants to unify the myriad realms. Now, as for how to compromise, it's all up to each of us. Lord of the human realm, take back the undying magic lamp." Xinyuan Permitha and Wan Chinchio's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their bodies were covered in blood. This was their precious, undying magic lamp, but it had actually fallen into the hands of someone else. Their luck was invincible, but they suffered losses in the hands of Zhongli again and again. They didn't know why. Could it be that Zhongli was their nemesis? That was what they thought in the depths of their hearts. "This lamp has already fused with me," Zhongli said. "Xinyuan Permitha, Wan Chinchio, you two are really gullible. You have such great luck out of nowhere. Think about it. The human realm is the only one worth relying on because we pay attention to the rules. You chose to rely on the strongest warrior, but in reality, he and Yuanshur are the same kind of people. Only the human realm is the most reliable. We definitely won't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs." Zhongli was right. Only the human realm could be trusted. Therefore, when the Flicker Great Emperor heard that it was the Lord of the human realm, he immediately thought that he had found a backer. However, he had good foresight. The human realm definitely wouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. "Zhongli, just give up. Even if we die, we won't rely on you." Zhang Nalan spoke. His hatred towards the human world was simply incomparable. Even if he had to perish, he still wanted to take Zhongli down with him. This obsession was extremely terrifying. "Zhongli, I won't rely on you either," the great Dream Crown Prince said with disdain. "You are just a chess piece. There is nothing great about you." "Ha ha ha!" The strongest young warrior laughed. "Zhongli, you want to summon all my brothers? That's impossible. Now, me, Zhang Nalan, the great Dream Crown Prince, Xinyuan Permitha, and Wan Chinchio, the 5 of us have formed a perfect formation. Our luck has merged together. We will live and die together. We will advance and retreat together. You can't shake us." "That's right. Zhongli, we are restrained by you. If we join the human realm, all the luck will be concentrated on you. It will be impossible to take away our light because you are the only leader of the human realm. On the contrary, if we kill you, the luck will return to our bodies. Therefore, you must die. Wan Xinqiu calmly said, more importantly, I am the son of destiny, condensed by destiny and cannot be blasphemed. Yet you have blasphemed destiny, attempting to use the boundless great Tao to surpass destiny. This is a great taboo. If I submit to you, I will no longer be the son of destiny. I will be abandoned by destiny. Hence, I must kill you. I will advance and retreat with Wan Xinqiu. I will definitely kill you. Xin Yuan Permitha laughed. So you're saying that you're determined to go against me? Zhongli was not afraid. He turned to the Permitha trio and said, Di, Hui Luo, what do you three think? I think that Permitha can unite with the human realm. You and Xin Yuan Permitha are mortal enemies. If you rely on the human realm, I can guarantee that I can suppress him. Haha. The three paragons of the Nirvana realm laughed. Master of the human realm, are you joking? We, the Nirvana realm, are thousands of times bigger than the human realm, and our strength is also countless times stronger. We can easily swallow you up, but you still dare to talk nonsense here? Is that so? Then let's go all out. With my current cultivation, the ancestor of martial arts, and Wang Chao, I can definitely fight against you three. In addition, you know the potential of the human realm. Your Jia was devoured by me. Don't be ignorant, or it will be too late for regrets. Zhongli was not afraid of Permitha. Three venerables of the Nirvana realm. Let's join forces for the time being. The handmaiden of the heavenly king of primordial beginning. I think the human realm is our biggest enemy. The strongest martial artist who had transformed into a young man said, let's have a battle with him today. How about it? All right. The Permitha trio and Yuan Shi's mate agreed. This time, all the major powers stood together. Rumble. Many people moved at the same time. Their cultivation condensed into a vast torrent that locked onto the 8 desolations and 6 directions, the 4 poles of the universe and a universe. A transparent tetrahedron appeared and sealed Zhongli inside. The 4 dimensions of the universe, the 4-symbol seal, the strongest martial Tao, the winding river, belongs to me. The strongest martial artist in the form of a young man roared, all of your strength, return to me. I will use the strongest secret technique to seal this person. How can you directly use our powers? The 3 venerables of the Permitha continent were shocked. They discovered that their attacks had actually been borrowed by the strongest martial artist halfway through. The attack wasn't their own. Yuan Shi's maid felt the same way. The others, such as Wan Xinqiu, Xin Yuan Permitha, Wan Xinqiu, and Great Dream Crown Prince, were all in disbelief. All of you poured your powers into my body, connecting us by karma. What's so strange about that? You're just helping him accumulate power, but I've gathered all of your powers and turned them into the strongest existence to seal him. At the same time, I'll attack the winding river of the martial Tao in the sky and make it mine to make up for my regrets. I'm the strongest warrior, the strongest existence among all the warriors in this world. Even the ancestor of martial arts would have to submit to my fists. The body of the strongest martial artist that had transformed into a young man suddenly grew taller and taller. He made everyone submit to him. The winding river of the martial Tao, come down. You mind? Back then, because of Yuan Shi, I didn't manifest the winding river of the martial Tao. Instead, I let a boorish brute do it. Today, I'm going to kill that boorish brute. I'll take the winding river of the martial Tao. The strongest warrior took a step forward. His hand broke through the seal and reached Jiang Li's heart. Rumble. Jiang Li punched out from within the seal. One punch. The seal shattered, and his fists flickered with flames. The Grand Mist battlefield completely collapsed, and space-time became even more chaotic. He took a step forward and punched out with the infinite divine fist. Infinite origins, infinite good fortune, infinite martial Tao, infinite chaos, infinite ideals. The infinite divine fist caused the winding river of the martial Tao to shine once more. Bang! His fist collided with the strongest martial artist who had transformed into a young man. The youth retreated, while Xin Yuan Bian, Wan Qinxiu, Great Dream Crown Prince, and Zhang Nailin all spat out blood. They were defeated in one move. Chapter 9:16. Zhongli's abilities were no longer the same as before. Compared to the battle with the third dimension universe, it was unknown how many times stronger he was. His fist technique was spiritual, divine transformation, and great force cultivation. It was definitely not something that an existence that had surpassed the great Emperor realm could fight against. Back then, he could even devour Jia, who had reached the immortal life with heaven and earth realm, let alone now. Once the immortal divine lamp fused with his body, it became one with the boundless great Tao. This way, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. After forcing back the strongest martial artist, the youth sighed, "Everyone, it's still too early to kill me. But I don't have time to waste with you. I have to return to the human world to do more important things." As he spoke, he didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he retreated. In truth, he had come this time to obtain the martial world and the Son of Dragon world. He wanted to subdue the martial world to strengthen the human world. But now his wish had failed. Instead, he had gained more powerful enemies. The strongest martial artist had sworn brothers with Wan Qinxiu, Xin Yuan Bian, Jiang Nailin, and Great Dream Crown Prince. If the five of them combined, they would be invincible. Therefore, Zhongli didn't plan to leave. No matter what, he wanted to obtain more benefits. He said that he wanted to leave, but he wanted to find an opportunity. He could see that although the strongest martial artist was powerful, his foundation wasn't stable. Letting him go now was the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. No matter what, he had to find a way to weaken this person. Once this person obtained an opportunity, he would go back and cultivate. He would fuse the dragon world and the martial world, forming the martial dragon world. With him as the world's ruler and the five brothers supporting each other, the human world would be in mortal danger. This would add another layer of shadow to the changes after opening Yuanshi's treasure. "Let's go." Seeing that Jiang Li was about to leave, the strongest cultivator didn't chase after him. Instead, he called out to Wan Qinxiu and the others. "Let's return to the martial world first. I'll gather the will of the martial dragon, heavenly will, and form a new world. With that, we'll have a solid foundation. Once the world stabilizes, I'll unleash a peerless divine art to absorb the grand mist battlefield. Although I've fallen over the years, my heroic spirit hasn't died yet. I've already explored the ruins of the grand mist battlefield, and I've set up all sorts of arrangements. As long as we stabilize the foundation and gather the power of the martial dragon world, we'll be able to absorb the grand mist battlefield. At that time, the martial dragon world will surpass the immortal world." Jiang Li was pretending to leave. When he heard this, he was shocked. This was because he knew that this matter wasn't fake. The strongest martial artist had transformed into a youth that possessed a great destiny. It was as if he had been plotting in the grand mist battlefield for many years. This wasn't a simple death, but rather, he was borrowing the power of death to communicate with the countless heroic spirits on the battlefield and carry out a grand and magnificent plan. They couldn't let him succeed. "I didn't expect the strongest martial artist to have such a grand plan. I've underestimated you. Originally, I wanted to let you leave, but now I can't." Jiang Li turned around once more. His hand grasped at thin air. Countless suns, moons, stars, rivers of stars, time and space were annihilated. Infinite sentient beings circulated in the depths of his palm. He pushed the infinity divine fist to the limit, wanting to blast the strongest martial artist to death. He absolutely couldn't let him absorb the entire Grand Mist battlefield. The Grand Mist battlefield was complex and ever-changing. There were countless ancient ruins, and its size was irresistible. If Jiang Li wanted to absorb the entire battlefield into the human world, it wouldn't be an easy matter. Of course, if he was determined to do so, he could accomplish it in 100 years. However, time was of the essence. How could he give him 100 years? In 100 years, the primal chaos would most likely destroy the world. In fact, under normal circumstances, the end of the world would last for a long time, at least billions or even billions of years. But now, there was a problem with the primal chaos, and it was in a hurry to destroy the world. Everyone was in a state of panic. The moment they closed their eyes and woke up, doomsday would already be upon them. Right now, he needed to seize every second to increase his strength. Ha ha! The strongest martial artist laughed. Ruler of the human realm, I knew you wouldn't leave. You were just testing me just now. Your goal was to obtain the martial world and integrate it into the human world. You wanted to strengthen your martial spirit and drive the river of martial Tao to transform once more. You wanted to suppress the river of slaughter and combine it with your boundless river to finally challenge fate. However, you didn't encounter my transformation. Now, you have to suppress me in order to complete your innermost thoughts. However, you've lost your chance. If you had left just now, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But now that you attacked me, it's different. Because I've already adjusted my cultivation, I've obtained a supreme opportunity. Rumble. The Grand Mist battlefield actually began to circulate. Endless yuan qi, space-time, and even ancient ruins began to come to life. The entire Grand Mist battlefield actually began to faintly transform into a grand array. The eye of this grand array was the strongest martial artist. After so many years, he had secretly arranged the Grand Mist battlefield with his heroic spirits. He had actually transformed the Grand Mist battlefield into the embryonic form of a grand array. Ruler of the human realm, I've already said that the river of martial Tao is mine. I'm the strongest martial artist. The strongest martial artist roared repeatedly. His eyes didn't look at Jiangli, but at the river of martial Tao in the sky. Actually, Jiangli, I don't want to kill you. However, the appearance of the river of martial Tao has deeply provoked me. I have no choice but to kill you. My martial arts cannot be blasphemed. My title as the strongest cannot be tarnished. A giant whirlpool began to compress towards the center. At this time, Yuanshi's maid, Wan Qinxiu, and even Zhang Nailin and the Permitha Venerables were shocked. They didn't expect the strongest martial artist to have such a trump card. He transformed the Grand Mist battlefield into a grand array to trap and kill his enemies. Once this move was used, the strongest martial artist could stand shoulder to shoulder with any great character. Bang! The blue light figure exploded, turning into rays of light that returned to the Permitha Venerables. Strongest martial artist, you're amazing. You actually made arrangements in the dark, turning the Grand Mist battlefield into your Tao field for God knows how many years. No wonder our Permitha Venerables sent people here to explore the Grand Mist battlefield in an attempt to obtain ancient ruins. So it's because of your mischief. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you from refining the ruler of the human realm. Our Permitha Venerables will directly attack the human realm. Now that the human realm has lost its ruler, it's like a group of dragons without a leader. The blue light figure was simply sinister. They knew that they would definitely be refined by the Grand Mist battlefield here. Hence, they immediately dodged and took advantage of the fact that the human realm was empty to launch a sneak attack. The Grand Mist battlefield is a Tao field. The strongest martial artist's voice resounded. For so many years, I've turned the Grand Mist battlefield into a Tao field. That is my blood, sweat, and tears. I wanted to rely on the will of the ancient war to succeed in my martial Tao. However, someone beat me to it. Now, you have to bear the bloody consequences. I'll sacrifice you to take back the martial Tao river. The Grand Mist battlefield had turned into the Grand Mist Tao field. It was his Tao field. It was the strongest martial artist's Tao field. The strongest martial artist was in high spirits as he staked everything on this one throw. The Tao field shook and Jiang Li's giant hand shattered. Good. Jiang Li's expression turned solemn. However, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he looked excited. I originally thought that you were just lucky to receive so many people's reinforcements. Now, it seems that you're indeed someone who could contend with Yuanshi in the past. Now, you've turned the Grand Mist battlefield into a Tao field. Such great power is enough to fight with me. Fine, I'll let you see the true power of the ruler of the human realm. As for the three Permitha Venerables, I don't care about them at all. Zhongli retracted his hand. Countless vortexes appeared on his body. These vortexes were absorbing the primordial energy of the Grand Mist battlefield. Under his absorption, the Grand Mist battlefield actually began to stop operating. The Grand Mist battlefield, be absorbed by me. Boundless primordial chaos, I'll start extracting your blood. Jiang Li's body began to connect to the primordial chaos. Activating the ancient well of life, he began to absorb primordial chaos palea energy. In an instant, a huge bolt of primal chaos lightning appeared above his head. The enraged primal chaos formed into a shadow. This was his attack, his momentum. That was how he'd fought heavenly will from the three-dimensional universe. Now, the strongest youth had turned the Grand Mist battlefield into a Tao field to trap him. To break out of this trap was to use chaos to break out of it. The Grand Mist battlefield was an array formation formed by countless ancient ruins. It wanted to force him into a trap that would leave him beyond redemption. However, he was drawing in the power of primordial chaos to break the Grand Mist battlefield. His trump card had turned the Grand Mist battlefield into a huge turnaround. Enraged primal chaos descended, unleashing god lightning that threatened to destroy heaven and earth. Jiang Li didn't care. He could absorb the destructive power of primal chaos, and, at the same time, he could use primal chaos palea energy to temper himself. Originally, he had feared the wrath of primal chaos, but now that he had the undying god lamp, he was even stronger than before. He was now capable of stealing power from primal chaos. The ancient well of life existed for the purpose of absorbing primordial chaos. The ancient well of life had been suppressed by the undying god lamp. The undying god lamp had fused with the ancient well of life. Now that Jiang Li had obtained the undying god lamp and fused them together, it actually produced a supreme profundity. All of the power of the primordial chaos was absorbed into his body, transforming into power that caused the flame's spark to shine even brighter. A lamp appeared above Jiang Li's head, growing brighter and brighter as it fought back against primordial chaos. Under the light of the lamp, Jiang Li looked calm and serene. Pop! He spat out a beam of fire that ignited even the void, igniting all of the vital energy and ruins in the Grand Mist battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Mist battlefield had turned into a sea of flames. That's tribulation flame, Yuanshir's mate exclaimed. You really did repair the well, and turn it into the spring of eternity to support the flame spark, and then the tribulation flame. That's right, it's tribulation flame. Jiang Li said, strongest martial artist, since you used the Grand Mist battlefield to trap me, I will ignite the Grand Mist battlefield. I will refine the Grand Mist battlefield, you, and everyone else into a golden core, a Grand Mist golden core. Chapter 9:17. The ruthless had met an even more ruthless opponent. The strongest martial artist had transformed the Grand Mist battlefield into a Grand Mist dojo to suppress Jiang Li, but he hadn't expected that Jiang Li would summon the primal chaos tribulation once more. He wanted to turn the Grand Mist battlefield and everyone into a Grand Mist golden core. The so-called golden core was the Tao of the zenith heaven. Once a golden core was formed, one would immediately become a zenith heaven golden immortal. Jiang Li roared continuously, challenging the primal chaos. In the Grand Mist battlefield, the primal chaos human face condensed once more, its expression overflowing with anger. There was a vertical eye in the center of this primal chaos human face. When it opened, endless flames shot out from the eye, turning the Grand Mist battlefield into a sea of fire. This was the primal chaos fire tribulation. In this tribulation, no one could escape. Primal chaos fire tribulation, destroy myriad worlds. The strongest martial artist's eyes were bloodshot. He could feel the will of primal chaos descending, and he couldn't activate the Grand Mist battlefield's array formation. Wan Xinxiu, you go to the west. Jiang Nalan, you go to the north. Great Dream Crown Prince, you go to the south. Xin Yuanbian, you go to the east. I will guard the center. Today, we will fight it out and see who is stronger. The strongest martial artist spat out a great mouthful of blood. This blood turned into runes that seeped into the depths of the Grand Mist battlefield. Suddenly, the Grand Mist battlefield began to spin once more. It flew around, evolved, vibrated, destroyed each other, and finally collapsed, condensed, and constantly condensed. The Grand Mist battlefield was originally very large, far surpassing the immortal world. But now, the strongest martial artist condensed, the battlefield became smaller, but the power became more condensed. It withstood the primal chaos, fire tribulation, lightning tribulation, and released golden light. It was unknown if this was Jiang Li refining the Grand Mist battlefield, or if the strongest martial artist was using Jiang Li's method to refine it. Jiang Li, ruler of the mortal world, you want to refine my Grand Mist battlefield into a Grand Mist golden core. I'm the same. I'm unable to refine it, but with your power, I can refine it today. Once I swallow a golden core, I will be free and unfettered in the world, eternally free. The blood of the strongest young warrior was densely packed, allowing Jiang Nailin, Crown Prince de Ming, Xin Yuanbian, and Wan Qinxiu to guard the four corners. Meanwhile, Yuanshi's maid took this opportunity to fly out, not staying here any longer. Her body swayed, and then she disappeared. She knew that with her current cultivation, it would be difficult for her to obtain any benefits here, so she might as well just leave. Let's see who the primordial golden core belongs to. Jiang Li's every move was filled with boundless strength. He made another grabbing motion in the air. His 5 fingers flickered with starlight as a river of stars poured into the Grand Mist battlefield. In an instant, the entire battlefield was filled with his aura. He actually wanted to seize control of the Grand Mist battlefield. Since he could refine the undying God lamp, he would be able to gain control of the Grand Mist battlefield in one fell swoop. Strongest warrior, you've laid out the Grand Mist battlefield for so many years, and you've gained a deep understanding of its quintessence. You've even turned many ruins into your own. Although the entire battlefield's origin energy is chaotic, if you can truly unify it, it's not inferior to the immortal world, or even stronger than the immortal world. Jiang Li continued, however, you've miscalculated today. I won't let you truly gain control of the Grand Mist battlefield. Our human world needs stronger power. Since we can't merge the Dragon World and Martial World, we'll gain control of the Grand Mist battlefield. There were many ruins in the Grand Mist battlefield, and there was even the existence of the origin of time. In ancient times, who knew how many almighty experts gathered here and fell here? Their bones turned into the Grand Mist origin energy. Their energy became the Grand Mist foundation, and their heroic spirits became the Grand Mist guardian. In the Grand Mist battlefield, even the people from the other side repeatedly searched for treasures, but to no avail. They were almost trapped in the Grand Mist battlefield. From this, one could see how great the power of reversing time and space was. Jiang Li also didn't have the ability to control the Grand Mist battlefield in an instant. But since the strongest warrior had been laying out the Grand Mist battlefield for so long, it was finally time for him to harvest the peach. This peach could only be plucked by Jiang Li, because there weren't many capable people. The third dimension universe's heavens had already gone into hibernation. Heavenly Father and Yuanshi hadn't come out. The 3 venerables of the other side had also left, and the Son of Nirvana hadn't been captured by them. There is a huge disadvantage in controlling the other side, just like Great Dream Crown Prince. No matter how well he managed his business in the celestial world, he wasn't the legitimate one, and it was hard to convince the masses. Only Jiang Li's cultivation increased greatly. There was also the mortal realm, the immortal realm, the long river of martial Tao, the endless river, the long river of King Tao, the long river of time, and the long river of slaughter that surrounded and embraced each other. His cultivation reached an unfathomable and immeasurable realm. Therefore, he could use this opportunity to seize the Grand Mist battlefield. Since you want to seize the martial Tao River, I'll seize your Grand Mist battlefield. Infinite divine incantation. Human world. Jiang Li put his palms together, and his divine consciousness communicated with the human world and the celestial world. In the depths of the infinite space-time, the celestial world and the human world circulated like the yin and yang fish in the Tai Chi diagram. The order of the myriad worlds revolved with the two yin and yang fish. The human world was yang, and the celestial world was yin. The human world had always been the yang world because it was real, fiery, and erotic. The celestial world was illusory, so it was naturally pure, yin, and gentle. Therefore, when the human world and the yin and yang fish came together, they formed a great formation to block all the evil demons outside. In the depths of the void world, the long river surrounded them, and tens of thousands of dragons soared into the sky, destroying everything. At this moment, the Nirvana ship flew over from the depths of the void world. It had 99 floors, and it had the power to dominate the world. It was about to launch its strongest attack on the human world, but it saw that the human world and the celestial world had turned into yin and yang fish. It stopped in the void world and didn't dare to enter the material world. Jiangli was already prepared. The fusion of the human world and the celestial world had also reached a critical stage. Today, he would seize this opportunity to fuse the Grand Mist battlefield as well, so that the fusion of the human world and the celestial world would be completed in an instant, and the human world would stand at the peak of the myriad worlds. Rumble. The yin and yang fish turned into a taiji diagram. It was the devouring power produced by the cooperation between the human world and the celestial world. The fusion of the two worlds required an enormous amount of energy. Jiangli hadn't accumulated it yet, but now that he had the Grand Mist battlefield, he didn't need any energy. The devouring power of the two worlds could definitely absorb the Grand Mist battlefield. Two worlds fuse, devour, transform, and repeat. Taiji Wuji, Grand Mist transformation. Inside Jiangli's body, a giant whirlpool of billions of trillion appeared, and even the chaos lightning and tribulation fire were swallowed. Countless ancient ruins in the Grand Mist battlefield were instantly shaken. Although those ancient ruins were suppressed by Wan Qinxiu and the others, they couldn't resist the fusion of the celestial world and the human world. The devouring power of the two worlds could almost turn existences surpassing the great Emperor realm into nothingness. Crack, crack! Large swathes of the Grand Mist battlefield were swallowed. In the depths of the space-time turbulence, the human world and the celestial world started to change and interact with each other. The cold aura of the celestial world seeped into the human world, adding a sense of freshness and elegance to the human world. And the heat of the human world seeped into the celestial world, adding a sense of humanity and liveliness. Complementing and influencing each other, the combination of yin and yang, the divine art reached grand completion. The mortal world was the celestial world, and the celestial world was the mortal world. After a series of explosions, the Grand Mist battlefield collapsed, and the ancient ruins were absorbed into the whirlpool. At the point where the human world and the celestial world merged, they turned into golden light and condensed into a golden core. This was the Grand Mist Golden Core. The Good Fortune Jade Disc was once the strongest magic treasure in the celestial world, but now, Jiangli seemed to want to create an even stronger magic treasure to suppress the celestial world, and that was the Grand Mist Golden Core. If the entire Grand Mist battlefield's power was condensed into a golden core, the power would definitely surpass the Good Fortune Jade Disc. The celestial world had lost the suppression of the Good Fortune Jade Disc for many years, causing the glory of the #1 universe in the myriad worlds to gradually fade. But now, Jiangli wanted to take back the glory. The great human emperor was also absorbing the Grand Mist battlefield's power. His body turned golden and then turned into countless runes. Everyone in the human world and celestial world knew that the two universes had begun to merge and started chanting the infinite mantra. The vast and boundless mantra rushed into the Grand Mist battlefield, accelerating the collapse of the place. Not good. The celestial world and human world are merging and emitting a devouring power. The entire Grand Mist battlefield is being sucked in, and it's turning into a real Grand Mist golden core. The strongest warrior's face was ashen. He was at a complete disadvantage, and the domineering aura from before had disappeared without a trace. Grand Mist battlefield, still not forming a golden core? Zhongli roared again. He stood at the center of the battlefield, and with his tremor, the battlefield collapsed and shrank by 1,000 times. Puff, puff, puff. Wan Qinxiu and the others coughed out blood again. The blood also merged into the Grand Mist battlefield, making it more mysterious. Jiang Li's momentum was established. There were no more newly born existences that could be his match. Even Wan Qinxiu, the child of destiny, was useless because he had gathered the power of the human world and celestial world. He had billions of lives behind him and the faith power of the ancient river. Let's go. Finally, when the Grand Mist battlefield collapsed, the strongest young warrior flew up. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and together with Wan Qinxiu, Xinyuan Bian, Great Dream Crown Prince, and Jiang Nailin, they flew up together. They turned into a 5-pointed star that flickered in the sky and immediately left. Ha! Zhongli was fully focused on suppressing the Grand Mist battlefield and had no time to chase after them. But it didn't matter to him. With the Grand Mist battlefield, these 5 would be no problem in the future. After the 5 of them escaped, Zhongli activated his sacred art once again, causing the entire primordial battlefield to collapse once more. In the end, it disappeared into the depths of the void. At this moment, the myriad worlds shook. The mortal world and the immortal world merged into one. The red dust realm had finally evolved successfully. A great universe appeared in the depths of the space-time turbulence. The original human world and immortal world had disappeared. The human world was endless mud and gray, while the immortal world was purple mixed with green. Now that the 2 worlds had merged into the red dust realm, it was faint red mixed with plain white. This was the human world, red and white like meat, fat and tender, real and soft. And in the depths of the red dust realm, the human emperor had disappeared, replaced by a Grand Mist golden core. Chapter 9:18. The primordial chaos golden core was the condensation of all the Yuan Qi in the primordial battlefield and the fusion of the chaos thunder tribulation and the fire tribulation. In the depths of the Grand Mist battlefield were the marks of countless eras. Primordial Heavenly King had ended this era, but the countless experts of that era had fused into the depths of the Grand Mist battlefield. Their essence, energy, divine, will, and ideals have been extremely difficult to fuse together. But through the efforts of the strongest martial artists, from the wild era to the ancient era to the modern era, the 3 eras had been harmonized. Only then was the will of countless experts gathered into a grand array. At least 3 eras had passed, and the years could be counted in trillions. How much effort did the strongest warrior put in for so many years? But now it was all in Jiang Li's hands. If it wasn't for the primordial battlefield, how could Jiang Li fuse the immortal world and the human world into the mortal world? The primordial chaos golden core suppression, calculation, integration of the human emperor and even the heavenly court completely surpassed the function of the good fortune jade disc. The good fortune jade disc could only suppress the immortal world and operate the heavenly Tao. It was far from being able to suppress the mortal world. Only the primordial chaos golden core could suppress the mortal world and heaven. There was no barrier between heaven and earth under the golden core. The vastness of the immortal world was integrated into the prosperity of the human world. From then on, the mortal world was the heaven and the heaven was the mortal world. When the primordial battlefield disappeared and turned into the primordial chaos golden core, the 5 strongest warriors also disappeared. Zhongli didn't care about them and returned to the mortal realm. At this moment, the entire universe was number 1. It was even more prosperous than the immortal world at its peak. The universe was even more mysterious and immeasurable. In an instant, the laws of the human world spread throughout the immortal world. The common people of the immortal world also saw the arrival of the huge human world. They didn't resist. For them, This was something that would happen sooner or later. Instead, they were happy because the arrival of the human world would bring order and protection. As expected, the newly born mortal world's order was infinitely strengthened. The primordial chaos golden core hung in the sky. This golden core completely suppressed the order of the immortal world. The original heaven will of the immortal world was also integrated into it. Not only that, the heavenly court and the throne of good fortune disappeared and became a part of the golden core. The primordial chaos golden core was like a blazing sun. Not only did it illuminate the world, it could also monitor the world at any time, maintaining the order of all things. It was the strongest existence that no supercomputer system could compare to. The past, the future, everything was within the calculations of the primordial golden core. The primordial chaos golden pill was the #1 divine artifact since ancient times. Furthermore, it was not an innate artifact, but an acquired artifact. But acquired surpassed innate. This was the body Jiang Li had manifested. You actually refined the primordial battlefield into a primordial golden pill, completing the great cause of the celestial mortal realm. Dreamkite looked at the brand new primordial golden core and the red dust realm, and a look of longing appeared on her face. However, things are a little tricky now. I'm the president of the human race, and Luo Feng is the lord of the immortal world. Once they merge, who will be the lord of the immortal world? That will be a big problem. If there are two lords of the heavens, it doesn't seem normal. It's fine for now. Jiang Li said, the human race is a group, and the immortal world is a group. Under the influence of the primordial golden core, the two groups have evolved into a balance of yin and yang. This is all we can do for now. On the surface, the two worlds have merged, but in reality, the internal digestion is still some time away. However, the next step is to choose the real president after the grand fusion. I will be the first president of the Celestial Emperor. Jiang Li knew that whether it was Luo Feng or Dreamkite as the president, they would not be convinced. Only he would be able to win the hearts of the people. However, he was just a transition and would not occupy the throne forever. He was also unwilling to occupy the throne because the title of Celestial Emperor could not last long. Only when everyone was a Celestial Emperor could they dispel the curse and achieve the unity of heaven and man. The title of Celestial Emperor is too fierce, and it will bring about unexpected disasters. I think it's better not to call it that. Dreamkite and Luo Feng appeared in front of Jiang Li. Luo Feng felt that it was not appropriate. It's fine. Although the word celestial contains boundless, baleful qi, there must be a reason why Yuanshi and Heavenly Father used it. Because the bigger the picture, the higher the cultivation base. Jiang Li waved his hand. Using this title will make the hearts of the people more loyal. Now, everyone should start to fuse the people of the two worlds, and everyone will have the limitless bloodline and cultivate the limitless divine fist and the limitless great Tao. Speaking of which, now that the two worlds have fused and become the red dust realm, your cultivation base has improved greatly. The primordial golden core can be said to be your incarnation, and your limitless great Tao has also reached its peak. Luo Feng said, next, you need to give people confidence in your cultivation and let people from all over the world cultivate your limitless great Tao. Therefore, your cultivation must surpass fate. This way, the limitless river in the depths of the void will be unparalleled, and it will break through everything and devour all rivers. It will devour the slaughter Tao, the king Tao, and even the limitless great Tao. Not bad. My cultivation base has skyrocketed. Once the primordial golden core is formed and the red dust realm is formed, I will be the one to benefit the most. Jiang Li knew his own cultivation base very well. In that instant, the time source in his body had expanded by 7 or 8 times, which was equivalent to devouring 8 experts with the same lifespan as the world. He was almost about to become an existence that surpassed the Arch realm. The immortal magic lamp had completely fused into his body. The mighty power of the primordial golden core was constantly brewing in his body, and it would burst out at any time, suppressing and melting everyone. The golden core is formed, the great Tao is stable, the heavenly Tao belongs to me, and fate is distorted. This was Jiang Li's current unparalleled cultivation. At this moment, he wasn't afraid, even if he had to face the 3D cosmos' heavenly will. The general trend had been formed. Originally, his cultivation base was already earth-shattering. Now that he had devoured the immortal magic lamp, turned the primordial battlefield into a golden core, and fused the two worlds into the righteous heaven realm, he had taken 3 consecutive steps and stepped onto the supreme path. Next, there were still 2 steps he had to take. They were very clear, and there was no hesitation. The next 2 steps were to evolve the infinite great Tao into 101 nomological laws and surpass destiny. However, he would have to face the bombardment of the river of destiny, and it would be difficult to escape. But now, Zhongli had nothing to fear. Originally, he wanted to start this step after fusing the martial world, but he did not expect to directly melt the primordial battlefield. This way, it would be 10 times better than fusing the martial world, and he could naturally challenge destiny. At this moment, Zhongli could probably fight a life-and-death battle with any of the 3 Permitha Venerables with his own strength. Any one of the 3 Permitha Venerables was an invincible expert that had reincarnated 3 times. They had attacked several times, but they had not used their full strength, not even half. The power accumulated from 3 reincarnations was no small matter. When they attacked, the sky and earth would collapse, and it might even cause the chaos to devour them. Because going through 3 reincarnation tribulations was simply a provocation to the chaos. The chaos would not allow such a person to exist in the world. And this was Jiang Li's own strength. If he used the primordial golden core and the origin of the mortal realm, he could even stop the Permitha Venerable's advance. Therefore, he was confident that he could resist the river of destiny's backlash. However, this needed some time to prepare. First, the mortal realm had just formed and was not stable yet. Second, some details needed to be perfected. Challenging destiny was something that even Yuanshi could not do. He absolutely could not be reckless, and he had to be cautious. Those details were condensing energy again, making the river of destiny condense, harmonize with each other, and eliminate some factors. Also, he could not let the Armageddon emissary destroy him. Once he succeeded in challenging destiny, his infinite great Tao would become a fully deserving king, and then he could carry out the final step of his plan. This plan was very simple. Open Yuanshi's treasure and welcome the final changes before the end of the world. Of course, he had other preparations, and that was to let the flickering great emperor seize the martial world and absorb the energy of the chaos freaks. In fact, the strongest martial artist had also absorbed the energy of the other freak in the chaos, causing his cultivation to finally reach the highest realm. It was still unknown how many freaks were brewing in the depths of the chaos. But one thing was certain, there would definitely be more than 2, and there would be more and more freaks in the future. The divine power of those freaks far surpassed that of the heaven and earth powerhouses. Although he had obtained the primordial golden core, Zhongli would never give up on seizing the martial world, dragon world, demon world, and justice celestial realm. Of course, there was also the underworld. His eyes looked over and looked at the underworld. At this moment, the underworld was even more chaotic. Everywhere was killing, flames, sulfuric aura, and thick black aura. The entire underworld's heavens was cruel, violent, and evil. It seeped out, wanting to pollute the world. Dirty water flowed, and the sky changed color. Why? Luo Feng said. Before you reach the infinite great Tao and surpass destiny, you want to conquer the underworld and the martial world. The underworld used to be a land of peace, the home of souls, and the holy land of death. Jiang Li waved his hand, and the great necropolis appeared in his hand, which he had taken from a master of the immortal tower. The underworld's most powerful god item is called the Coffin of All Evil. It's in the hands of Crown Prince Great Dream, but the situation is gradually getting out of his control. Crown Prince Great Dream subdued the child of Underworld and could have conquered the Underworld. But after he was ousted from his position as the lord of the immortal world by me, he no longer had any divine abilities to speak of and lost his destiny. He couldn't suppress the rebellion of the underworld's heaven's will. So the emissary of annihilation took advantage of the situation and devoured the child of underworld. Now, the child of underworld is the emissary of annihilation. He wants the underworld to expand, kill, pollute, and collect all negative emotions. In the end, the underworld will explode and pollute the myriad worlds. Therefore, I have to suppress the turmoil and absorb the negative emotions into the depths of the immortal demon gourd. That way, the underworld will become the true home, and immortal realms will have an underworld. Jiang Li's calculations were perfect. In immortal realms, there needed to be an underworld. The immortal world was heaven, and the human world was man. Therefore, the underworld could be handed over to Hong Heiyu. Chapter 919. Since ancient times, the netherworld had always been an extremely important world. It followed the path of the netherworld. The netherworld rotated and turned evil into peace. That's right, the netherworld was a place that turned evil into good. Since ancient times, the 18 levels of hell had all kinds of terrifying punishments. In fact, it was a warning to the people of the living world not to do evil. Those who did evil would suffer retribution after death. As long as they paid back the retribution, they would be able to turn good again. A world must have things like the underworld and the netherworld palace. Unfortunately, after a long time, the netherworld had lost its order. Demons ran amok, and in the end, the netherworld was in a foul atmosphere. Evil energy ran rampant, and there was no longer the function of punishing evil and promoting good. Instead, evil dominated the world and ruled the universe. However, Jiangli didn't care. This bit of evil could be cleansed. He acted as soon as he said he would. His body left the mortal world and appeared in the center of the netherworld in the next instant. At this moment, in the very center of the underworld, countless demons had gathered, transforming into the ancient Hell Manor. On the highest altar of the ancient Hell Manor, there was a coffin that was the source of all evil. Above the coffin sat a child of the underworld. To be more precise, it wasn't the child of the netherworld, but the envoy of destruction. This envoy of destruction had devoured the child of the netherworld and controlled the coffin of the source of all evil. He had left the great dream crown prince, leaving him helpless. Now, the envoy of destruction wanted to spread the poison of the netherworld throughout the myriad worlds, killing all living beings and turning them into demons to destroy the world. The netherworld was like a big pustule, constantly gathering the most vicious poison and then exploding. All living beings in the heavens would be annihilated and turned into nothingness. Jiangli could already see that the coffin, the source of all evil, was being refined by the emissary of annihilation. In the distance, the fiends were constantly attacking other worlds, capturing living creatures and bringing them to the netherworld. They were tormented, killed, and ravaged, causing boundless resentment to corrupt the will of the heavens. At this time, the heavens' will of the netherworld became like the demons, with the will to destroy all living beings. However, Jiangli descended here. He was surrounded by boundless light. The moment he descended, the light enveloped the entire underworld. It was the aura of the primordial chaos golden core. Among the heavens, Yuan Shi and the Heavenly Father were the only ones who had such strength. As for the three venerables of the Nirvana realm, unless they could fuse with the children of the Nirvana realm, it would be difficult for them to activate the power of the Nirvana realm. Within the Nirvana realm, there were many voices that opposed them, and they could not unite. They did not have Jiang Li's control over the mortal realm so freely. Therefore, every time the three Nirvana lords attacked, they could only use 1/3 of their power. The rest had to be used on the Nirvana realm. Apart from that, they also had to suppress some ambitious people in the Nirvana realm. They even had to prevent the envoy of annihilation from playing any tricks in the depths of the Nirvana realm. Every universe and world was now on guard against the Armageddon emissaries, especially Permitha, who was deeply envied by chaos. The Armageddon emissaries would be the first to destroy it. Now, Zhongli was not using his own strength, but the primordial golden core. The primordial golden core not only contained the power of the Grand Mist battlefield, but also the mortal emperor and the heaven's will of the immortal world. There was no need to mention the heaven's will of the immortal world. The mortal emperor was a treasure that had merged with the heaven's will of the blood world. It was possible to see how powerful the primordial golden core was. The golden radiance shone and immediately turned into a golden river around the underworld. It circled around and spread out. All of the leaking vital energy was forced back by the primordial golden core. Then the golden light turned into raging flames that suppressed the resentment. Gourd, the devil world gourd, appeared in Jiang Li's hand, and he tossed it into the air above the underworld. The mouth of the gourd was facing down, and a vortex appeared. Rumble. All of the wretched energy in the underworld was sucked into the devil world gourd. He obtained the primogenitor, immortal demon vine, and planted it in the human world. Jiang Li started to nurture it, giving birth to demonic immortal qi. In actuality, demonic qi and baleful qi were also necessary to balance yin and yang. If it was all good qi, that would not be good either. Over time, the world would become weak and cowardly, filled with killing intent and evil. However, as long as justice prevailed, that was enough. This was the balance of yin and yang. Devil energy and baleful energy were like dung, and when they entered primal chaos paleo energy, they would quickly dissolve it and nourish all living things. Baleful energy was fertilizer. In the blink of an eye, an uncountable amount of baleful energy was sucked into the gourd, and a second devil world appeared in the depths of the gourd. The underworld grew clearer, and as it absorbed the devil energy, the fiend devils were sucked in. Lord of the mortal world. After devouring the child of the underworld, the envoy of annihilation suddenly stood up from the coffin that was the source of all evil. There was a look of terror on his face. He had never expected that Jiang Li's power would be so great. In an instant, he had sealed off the underworld. With a slight tremble, the baleful aura and many demons had been destroyed. Don't tell me you think you can run, emissary of the mortal world, Jiang Li said, glittering with golden light. Lord of the mortal world, I can't believe you got here so quickly. You got a lot stronger. But if you think you can deal with me, you're still a bit too early. Do you really think we emissaries of the mortal world have no trump cards? Oh, distant power. Give me more destiny and sharpness. The emissary of the mortal world raised his hands high into the air. All of a sudden, a wave of destiny and power came from the depths of all the dimensions of the infinite worlds. The densely packed fates were all from the Armageddon emissaries of the various planes. It was impossible to say exactly how many emissaries of the mortal world were hidden in the various planes of existence. They could communicate telepathically and would usually lay in wait to kill people with destiny and accumulate power. But in the most critical moment, they could work together to unleash a devastating attack on their enemies. Rumble. The emissary of the mortal world suddenly became incomparably tall, as if he'd been blessed by the billions of emissaries of the mortal world. World-destroying fist. Wherever the fist went, everything collapsed. The world-destroying fist broke through all restraints, and it was right in front of Jiang Li. Billions of emissaries of the mortal world gathered together to unleash a world-destroying fist. It really is powerful. If I hadn't formed my primordial chaos gold core, I would have been defeated by this fist. But now, you become food for me. The mortal world has just formed and needs energy. This fist can destroy a multiverse, so I'll gladly accept it. He drew many arcs with his hands. These arcs formed a Taiji diagram, blocking the World Destroyer punch and then falling into it. The power of the world-destroying fist flickered, but it was whittled away layer by layer until it disappeared. Somewhere in the mortal world, a vast sea appeared. It was the size of a mid-sized universe, but it wasn't made of seawater, but rather the purest form of power. It was similar to primal chaos paleo energy and infinite energy. In the depths of the sea, spirit medicines, and spirit beasts could be seen. All of them had been created by the power of a single fist strike. After Jiang Li negated the fist strike, the emissary of the mortal world's aura began to wane. It was no longer as mighty as it had been moments ago. Infernal world, close. Jiang Li waved his sleeve, summoning the great necropolis. The necropolis was a boundless treasure trove that had been created in the depths of primal chaos and was filled with god power. As soon as it appeared, it crushed down onto the emissary of the mortal world. Crack! The coffin, the source of all evil, shattered. Infernal world, reshape. Jiang Li's golden light penetrated it, causing the energy of the infernal world to turn dark gold. It transformed into an underworld, and order was born. The will of the infernal world couldn't stop Jiang Li from refining it. Of course, the will of the infernal world had long since become muddle-headed and was on the verge of becoming the world-destroying will. But now, Jiang Li was pulling it back from the brink of death. The coffin and the great necropolis fused together. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a city that resembled the necropolis of Earth's history. Heavenly will converge. All of the will of the infernal world, as well as countless demons, including the energy from the demon world gourd, merged into necropolis. Then, the infernal world began to collapse and shrink. There was no longer any reason for any living beings to exist, because the entire infernal world was filled with demons. Decaying demonic chi had already permeated the world. Only by destroying the demons, dissolving their essence, and reshaping them could the infernal world regain its original function. About a day and a night passed. The infernal world transformed into a city, necropolis. It fell into the depths of Jiang Li's palm, which vibrated slightly. The city flew out and landed in the depths of the red dust realm, where it merged with Hong Heiyu's black hell. In an instant, Hong Black Prison's cultivation base rose infinitely. He became the true master of the underworld, controlling all hells. He was the Tao of the Tao, the ghost of the ghost, the demon of the demon, the underworld of the underworld, and the master of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base surpassed that of the great emperor. He presided over a region. Heaven, earth, man, the three realms, the three talents, the three realms. The master of the three realms was Jiang Li. The celestial world was Luo Feng. The human world was Dream Kite, and the underworld was Hong Heiyu. Suddenly, the entire red dust realm became complete, and the order was strengthened again. Generally speaking, the law of the human world was nothing more than death. But now, once the underworld was formed, even if they died, they would have to accept punishment. Those who had committed the most heinous crimes would lose their humanity. After killing someone, they would think that they would be able to escape punishment, but that was absolutely impossible. After they died, they would have to enter the underworld and undergo endless torture before vanishing into thin air. Some didn't even die and would forever be tormented in the flames of hell. In this way, evil people could be greatly suppressed. The order was strengthened many times again. With the constraints of the underworld, the criminal law was perfected again. They could even determine the merits and virtues of good and evil. The cycle of the heavenly Tao, mutual retribution, and karma were recorded. Damn it, damn it! In a martial world, the young man, transformed by the strongest warrior, was with Great Dream Crown Prince. Great Dream Crown Prince was almost mad with anger. My infernal world was taken away just like that. Great Dream Crown Prince walked quickly. Flames emerged from his body and burned the void. Don't be impatient. The next step is to seize the martial world. The young man, transformed by the strongest warrior, was still very calm. Chapter 9:20. It won't be that easy for him to seize the martial world. Wan Chincha was very calm. Just now, he seized the netherworld because the netherworld's heavens will have been contaminated and didn't have much power. It was very easy for him to take advantage of the situation. If he wanted to take Wu, the heavens would retaliate, and he would definitely be able to make his red dust realm suffer the consequences of his actions. That's true. Dragon World, martial world, move. The strongest martial artist stood up. In the depths of his consciousness, the martial world and the dragon world began to connect. At this time, Wan Xinxiu, Xin Yuan Bian, Jiang Nalan, and the great Dream Crown Prince had also taken their positions and turned into their strongest attacks. The 5 rays of fate revolved around each other, forming a link. The 2 worlds were instantly enveloped by their divine wills. Whether it was the people of the Dragon Realm or the Martial Realm, they all heard the voice of the strongest young warrior. We 5 brothers control the Dragon Realm and the Martial Realm. Right now, we are the overlords of the 2 realms. By circulating our essences, we have obtained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Daos. Anyone who dares to oppose us will immediately die. Now, many people must immediately gather their experts to pay homage to me and receive my conferment. Only then will you be able to operate your own regime and work for me. Gather the power of all living beings in the Dragon Realm and the Martial Realm, and activate the harmony of the 2 realms. Do you understand? The strongest young warrior let out an unquestionable will. Wan Xinxiu, Xin Yuan Bian, go to the Dragon Realm. I'll give you the power to temporarily control the origin of the Dragon Realm and unify the people there. Don't give the mortal realm any chance to take advantage of the situation. Only when everyone is united can you adjust the power to the maximum. I've plotted for many eras, but it was snatched away just like that. But karma still exists. I'll take it back sooner or later. All right, we must subdue the 2 realms. I'll also take back the realm of justice while I'm at it. That's right. The celestial realm of justice and the alliance of 4 realms are essentially comparable to the immortal realm. Of course, there's also the demon realm. Our 7 realms have already formed an alliance. Now, we're going to gather together and form a brand new world that will surpass the mortal realm. The 5 great figures began to move. In the sky, the Dragon Realm and the Martial Realm began to gather. The fusion of the 2 realms had even affected the demon realm. The devils in the devil world were in a constant state of anxiety. They knew that since the immortal world had begun to unite, the devil world wouldn't be able to escape its fate of destruction. It was just a matter of who annexed it. In the depths of the heaven-defying Devil Palace, the Lord of the Devil World held an emergency meeting and gathered all the devils, as well as the great emperors of the Devil World. The demon world had a strong foundation and was orderly. It was definitely not something that the netherworld could compare with. The Lord of the demonic world held the heaven-defying divine axe in his hand. He was like a demonic god that split the heavens and earth. His entire body was covered in armor, and his aura was full of vigor. However, right now, he was deeply worried. Everyone, now that the human realm and the immortal realm have fused, and they've devoured the blood realm, the underworld, and even the primordial battlefield has been melted into the primordial golden core. That Jiang Li can destroy everything with a wave of his hand. He's invincible, and even the Nirvana realm has retreated. Our alliance of the 7 realms has become a huge joke. What do you think we should do? The Lord of the Demon World said, "Our demon world is on the brink of destruction. We must rely on a powerful existence to save our lives. Who do you think is the best choice?" Of course, it's the strongest warrior. One of the demon emperors said, "He is the strongest. He is fused with the son of the dragon world and the son of the martial world. He is also someone who can fight against Yuan Shi. If we rely on him, there should be great benefits." No, I think it's better to rely on the Nirvana realm. They're the strongest. Another demon emperor disagreed. If we rely on the strongest warrior, he has 4 brothers, and none of them are good people. Wan Xinxiu, Crown Prince Great Dream, especially that Jiang Nalan. He is greedy, vicious, and more demonic than a demon. Should we rely on him, or let him do whatever he wants? That's true, but the Nirvana realm isn't reliable either. The Nirvana realm's 3 venerables are plotting against us, and there are also emissaries of destruction invading us. There are even existences surpassing the great emperors who are secretly rebelling against them. The Lord of the Demon World said, "If we rely on them, we will be immediately divided, and we won't even be able to keep our divine artifacts. Actually, it's best if we put aside our hostility and rely on the human realm." Suddenly, a demon emperor said something shocking. That lord of the human realm has an extraordinary bearing. The rules and laws of the human realm are the strictest, but everyone can obtain freedom. If we can negotiate with him, we can even obtain preferential treatment. That won't do, the lord of the demon world said. We all made an oath, the primal chaos oath. We fought against the human realm to the end, but now we're going against the human realm. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. It's fine, the demon emperor said. The human realm's lord already has a way to deal with the primal chaos tribulation. The primal chaos oath is nothing to him. As long as the demon emperor negotiates with him, he can dispel the curse of the primal chaos oath. I see that the human realm is flourishing and has the aura of a king. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun, why do I feel like you're Jiang Li's lobbyist? The Lord of the Demon World suddenly said. The Lord of the Demon World is indeed not bad. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun said, I'm indeed Jiang Li's lobbyist. In fact, I've been in contact with the human realm for a long time, mainly with Hua Immortal Slayer. He's the incarnation of great sovereign immortal slayer, and his cultivation is high. He's also an authoritative figure in the human realm. He's Jiang Li's brother, and we can be said to treat each other with sincerity. He's my backer, and I've received his protection and promise. I didn't expect that you've already secretly submitted to the human realm. Aren't you afraid of the primal chaos oath? The Lord of the Demon World said. I'm sorry, the lords of the demon world swore at that time. I wasn't there, so it has nothing to do with me. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun said, However, Lord of the Demon World, don't panic. Now that I've become your lobbyist, we have another way out. I wonder if you'll consider my suggestion. Anyway, my sun-covering demon sect is going to join the human realm. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The Lord of the Demon World swung his heaven-defying divine axe. You can't kill me. I have Hua Immortal Slayer's mark on me. If you touch me, the primal chaos golden core of the mortal realm will immediately attack you. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun was fearless. The surrounding demon emperors also tried to dissuade him. Demon Lord, don't be impulsive. The mortal realm is too strong, and even the strongest martial artist isn't his match. He took away the primal chaos battlefield. I think we can talk to him and submit to him. Since that's the case, forget it. The demon lord was discouraged. Then go and see if the human realm can take us in and dissolve the primal chaos oath. That's what I'm thinking. I'll go now. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun stood up and turned into a demonic light, leaving the demon world in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, he arrived at the mortal realm and met Hua Immortal Slayer. Hua Immortal Slayer was cultivating at this moment. He looked at Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun and nodded. I know what you want to say. The mortal realm has 3 big shots now. The first is Luo Feng, the second is Dream Kite, and the third is Hong Heiyu. The 3 of them can decide anything. The people of the demon world are full of baleful qi. I'm afraid they're not suitable to live in the Yang realm. But now that the underworld is forming, we need a large number of earth gods. I think the demon world can merge with the underworld to fill it with baleful qi. What about Lord Jiangli? Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun knew that the real leader of the mortal realm was Jiangli. As a supreme big shot, his words carried enormous weight. Basically, everything he said was settled. He has already agreed to this. Hua Zhuxian said, the fusion of the demon world is a big deal, but it's nothing to him. He's comprehending the Tao of infinity and fighting against the river of fate. We can make the decision for him. What about resolving the chaos oath and the treatment of our devil world? Devil Emperor Covering Sun said, this is all part of Jiang Li's plan. Hua Zhuxian said, the treatment in the demon world is great. They will all enter the underworld to manage the sinners and ghosts of the worlds. However, the demons in the demon world will have to be purged. Some of them will have to enter the underworld to suffer. I know this. There are too many demons in the demon world. Demon Emperor Covering Sun nodded and bowed. All right, I'll give you a sliver of the primordial golden core's power. That should be enough for you to do some things in the demon world. Keep an eye on the demon lord and get him to come and join us. Hua Zhuxian said. Yes, a golden halo appeared behind demon monarch shrouding Sun's head, and he was like a Buddha walking in the mortal world. He had turned from a demon into a Buddha. The demonic aura on his body was completely dissolved. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. He received the promise and returned to the demon world. At this moment, Jiangli was at the center of the red dust realm. He was in seclusion in the depths of a secret space. As long as he closed his eyes, he could see the entire physical world, the changes in the myriad worlds, the scale of the three-dimensional universe, and the river of the void realm. He could vaguely feel the threat of the river of fate. The river of fate was filled with deep hostility towards him, as if it would descend to punish him at any time. He was originally very afraid of fate. After all, fate could not be resisted. But now things had changed. His strength had increased, and he could change fate and choose the changes he wanted. River of fate, you always protect the void, protect the physical world, protect all living beings. But because of your existence, all living beings are bound by fate, unable to extricate themselves and unable to be free. Now, I've created the infinite great Tao, infinite divine fist, to give all living beings infinite freedom, Jiangli murmured. His voice resonated with the void, as if he was talking to the river of fate. The fate of all living beings has always been chosen by themselves. I am the rule, and I can't break away from the rule. Just like the river, there must be a path. If there is no path, it will flow everywhere and become a disaster. Your infinite great Tao allows all living beings to be infinite. It's a good idea, but it's too naive, causing all living beings to lose their freedom. True freedom is no freedom. Do you know? Suddenly, a voice came from the depths of the void. That was the will of fate. It was refuting Jiang Li's infinite great Tao. At this moment, the two had already begun to fight. Very good, very good. Seems like the river of fate is really hard to defeat. When Jiang Li heard this will, a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 921. Before Jiang Li advanced to the 101 nomological laws of the infinite great Tao, he began to communicate with the river of destiny. This wasn't a compromise, but a peaceful approach before resorting to force. Or rather, it was to become more familiar with the other party. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. The river of destiny had its own will and thoughts, but it didn't have emotions. It was just a system-like existence. But it didn't want to die. If chaos destroyed the world, the river of destiny would also disappear, so it had its own plans. However, Jiang Li wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could convince the river of destiny. What he had to do now was simple: accumulate power, familiarize himself with the river of destiny, and then break through to the next cultivation level to fight the river of destiny. At this moment, the people of the demon realm began to move closer to the mortal realm. The underworld had just been formed, and it needed a large number of demons to manage it. They needed to become imps, impermanences, oxhead, and horseface. The demons of the demon realm had order, and it was perfect for such things. First, Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun came here and led all the demons. Of course, a great purge was carried out beforehand, and only the loyal ones were left. The rest were all refined internally. Demon Emperor Shrouding Sun became one of the Yama Kings of the underworld. In ancient legends, the underworld was the 18 levels of hell, and there were 10 Yama Kings. But now, the underworld had expanded, and it could be divided into many kings. Hong Heiyu wasn't a king, but the supreme lord of the underworld. His subordinates were the kings. Even if the lord of the demon realm came, he would be one of the kings. Only the great emperor could be called a king. Preliminary estimates showed that in the underworld, there should be 36 Yama Kings, and then the number would gradually increase. The current mortal realm, in terms of overall strength, had already surpassed the combined strength of the immortal tower and the brain of the universe. Jiang Li actually wanted to subdue these two universe sacred lands. Once he did, it would mean that he controlled the yin and yang of the 3D universe's will in his hands. Unfortunately, these two sacred lands had completely disappeared. They were covered up by the 3D universe's will. If Jiang Li succeeded in challenging fate, his strength would increase again, and he would have the capital to fight against Yuan Shi. The moment he succeeded in challenging fate, he would push aside the layers of fog in the 3D universe, find the two sacred lands, and devour them. Not only that, he could also summon Wang Chao. He sensed that Wang Chao and the three-dimensional universe's heavenly will were engaged in a battle, and they might even devour each other. Ever since the ancestor of martial arts, Ba Liming, had transformed into the Long River of martial arts, Jiang Li knew that he had greatly underestimated Wang Chao. Wang Chao didn't want to devour the brain of the universe's star domain system. Instead, he wanted to devour the three-dimensional universe's heaven's will. Only the heaven's will of the three-dimensional universe was worthy of his identity. However, this kind of battle would last for a long time. But Jiang Li could help him. If the mortal realm swallowed the immortal tower and the brain of the universe, it would be able to retrieve the good fortune jade disk and integrate it into the primordial golden core. At that time, the primordial golden core would no longer be called the primordial golden core, but the infinite golden core. Only when the infinity gold core was completed would he be able to break through everything and evolve through the ages. Only then would he have the confidence to open Yuan Shi's treasure, compete with the greatest existence in history, and then fight against the chaos. As for the Heavenly Father, Jiang Li also wanted to devour them one by one. Only then would he be able to display his great talent and strategy and make the myriad worlds submit to him. Now, he was communicating with the long river of fate. Fate, you can't control me now. My infinity has already surpassed you. Jiang Li's will kept communicating, trying to defeat fate. You can't surpass me. Infinity is also a kind of fate. Fate has infinite possibilities. Fate includes the past, the present, and the future. There are many changes in the future. Your infinity is just a part of fate. The long river of fate continued to transmit its will. No, infinity contains the changes of nothingness. Fate is one of the possibilities. Transcending fate is also one of them. Infinity even includes what happens after the chaos destroys the world. If the chaos doesn't destroy the world, it also includes what happens after the chaos destroys the world. And fate doesn't exist after the chaos destroys the world. Jiang Li's will argued. No, the long river of fate said. Regardless of how the era changes, fate still exists. Even the primordial chaos has its own fate. The fate you see is the fate of all living beings, not fate itself. Even in the next era, fate will still exist. It's just that the people it carries will be different. For example, in history, when dynasties change, the Son of Heaven will still be called the Emperor, but he won't be the same person. But for generations, the Son of Heaven will always be the Son of Heaven. Primordial chaos destroys the world, and all living beings perish. Their fate no longer exists, but I still exist. I'm just sleeping, waiting for the next batch of living beings to appear. Primordial chaos destroys the world, but it can't destroy me. I've already witnessed one reincarnation after another, and the countless sealing marks of all living beings have settled down in the depths of my long river of fate. Within them, you can find countless techniques and cultivation bases. In fact, there are even fist techniques that surpass your infinity great Tao. I won't believe you, and I won't even look at your sealing marks. Reversing fate is my forte. My Tao is the number one Tao in the world, the number one Tao in the billions of reincarnations. There's no doubt about that. Jiang Li said calmly, I'll gather my strength and challenge you. Just you wait. You don't have the confidence to look at the sealing marks left in my body after billions of reincarnations. Let me tell you, in this universe, all living beings aren't strong. Yuan Shi's cultivation base is only average. In many of the reincarnations, there have been existences stronger than him, and you're even weaker. In the countless reincarnations, your cultivation base is only average, but your arrogance is unparalleled. Fates will transmit it down. Its words were mocking, but its tone was calm. It was an honest analysis. If that's the case, then I'll challenge you. Let's see how strong you really are. River of Time, Jiang Li's had already reached the void realm, and his body appeared in the void. With his current cultivation base, he could split into billions of clones with a single thought. He stood there beneath the River of Fate. The River of Fate was the largest, followed by the River of Time. The two rivers were like twin dragons that coiled around each other and were divided according to yin and yang. Fate was yang, and time was yin. They intertwined with each other, forming the trajectory of all living things. Jiangli currently had 104 volumes of the Deathless Sutra under his control. If he could combine them into 108 volumes, he would be able to summon the power of the River of Time. Unfortunately, Jiangli wasn't a child of time. If a child of time were to appear in the future, it would be a huge threat to him. Therefore, he needed to control the River of Time. That was the only way he could stand up to powerful entities. However, after consuming the Deathless God Lamp, his connection with the River of Time had become much easier, and he was able to borrow even more power. By using the River of Time to attack, he would be able to resist the River of Fate. Rivers of time gather around me. His body exploded, transforming into countless streams of light and magical laws. There were a total of 100 magical laws, the last of which was unintentional. However, the 100 laws formed an embryo, and in the depths of that embryo was the 101st annulled nomological law. The annulled nomological law didn't belong to the material world, nor did it belong to the void world. It couldn't possibly appear in any reincarnation cycle because it was annulled to begin with. This time, it had appeared on Jiang Li's body, but it wasn't because of Jiang Li's intelligence. Instead, something had happened to the primordial chaos in this reincarnation cycle. Something inexplicable had been born between heaven and earth, and because of the pull of fate, it had finally appeared on Jiang Li's body. And so, by chance, it had transformed into the annulled nomological law. It was an immeasurable change that came from thousands of reincarnations, something that not even the primordial chaos itself could guess at. However, it wasn't easy to form the annulled nomological law. Jiang Li felt as if all of his energy was being sucked into the annulled laws. Not only that, the destiny of the mortal realms, the power of the primordial gold core, and even the vital energy of the infinite worlds were being sucked in. This law was unique even in the countless cycles of reincarnation. Because fate had appeared in his body, it allowed him to occasionally comprehend the Tao, but it was not something that any law could compare to. It was not something that any great Tao could compare to. Even the king of thousands of great Tao could not compare to it. Jiang Li burst out laughing. The River of Fate. I'm going to form the magical laws of the annulled Tao and refine the great Tao of the unbounded Tao to a total of 101. That will surpass the great Tao of fate. Now I know what the magical laws of the annulled Tao are. Ha ha ha. Heaven King Primeval Beginning even said that he was the one who created the great Tao of the unbounded Tao, and that he wanted me to learn it in secret. What a joke. Thousands upon thousands of cycles of reincarnation. No one has ever created a great Tao of the annulled Tao. His wisdom was profound, and at this moment, he finally understood. Indeed, the annulled law was not something that Yuanshi could create. Even someone 10 times stronger than him wouldn't be able to create it. It was a coincidence. It just so happened that it had appeared on Jiang Li's body. It was similar to some ancient divine weapons that existed in the primal chaos. Things like the Tree of Wishes couldn't be created and could only wait for the right opportunity to combine them. When the opportunity arrived, the item would naturally appear, and if the opportunity didn't arrive, invincible divine abilities would be useless. Therefore, Yuanshi's creation of the infinite great Tao was a lie. Now that the opportunity had arrived, the annulled law was starting to take shape. The void and chaos began to tremble. This was especially true for the River of Fate, which sensed a great threat. Since you insist on forming the laws of annulled, you can only endure the wrath of fate. The River of Fate couldn't take it anymore. The river trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, boundless amounts of destiny energy poured down, slamming into Jiang Li and the annulled law. Rumble. Jiang Li felt his entire body shaking violently as his body shattered. He once again returned to the depths of the red dust realm. However, the power of the river of fate wouldn't give him any chance. Even if he hid in the depths of the myriad world's celestial sphere, it would still kill him. In a flash, the river of fate pierced through the red dust realm's defenses, which even the Permitha realm couldn't break through, instantly crumbled. His aura leaked out. Wherever the river of fate gathered, everything would crumble and melt. That was a change in one's own fate. The light of fate wrapped around Jiang Li and swept him away. Jiang Li disappeared without a trace as he was sucked into the river of fate. He was about to be submerged, and a calamity would befall him. Chapter 922. The power of the river of fate descended, not to destroy the red dust heaven, but to avoid provoking a backlash. It swept Jiang Li away and dragged him into the river. Once he entered the river of fate, there would be no turning back. In all of history, no one had ever succeeded in challenging fate. Not even Yuanshi had succeeded. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it was that his destiny wasn't right. River of fate, your will wants to kill me, but I can absorb your power. Jiang Li floated up and down in the river of fate. He could sense that he was surrounded by silhouettes. They seemed to be ancient, or even from the previous reincarnation cycle, or the reincarnation cycle before that. All of them appeared, attacking his body. Crack! Crack! Under the pressure of the river of fate, his body began to crumble, and he was about to be absorbed by the river. He was a traitor of fate, a challenger, and was being punished by fate to kill him. If he was killed, then the river of fate would become the most powerful river in all of history, surpassing all reincarnations. After all, he had all sorts of good fortune, all of which had never appeared in the previous reincarnations. Absorb fate, the blood of the child of fate. Jiang Li's body shattered, but his boundless great Daos suddenly transformed. The bloodline of Destiny's child actually condensed in his body. Instantly, the crushing power was absorbed by him. At the same time, millions of vortexes appeared in the depths of his mind, and in the center of each vortex was an ancient well. Vast quantities of primal chaos energy poured out of the well. Next, the rage of primal chaos descended. A face appeared in the river of fate, a face with a long beard and solemn features. It was as archaic as an ancient titan, the epic saga king. Whiz! The Tao of heaven transformed, and the sun and moon went dark. Both yin and yang perished. Jiang Li was summoning primal chaos palea energy and drawing the wrath of primal chaos. He wanted to use the power of primal chaos to drown out the river of fate. After all, primal chaos was paramount, and fate was secondary. He would only use this power in times of crisis, and only he could draw on such god power. That was where the good fortune lay. He had used it against the will of the three-dimensional universe. Then he had used it against the primordial battlefield. This was the third time. The first two times he had used it, he had succeeded in accomplishing his plan. This time, he would have to see if the river of fate could withstand it or not. However, the moment chaos descended upon fate, the river of fate suddenly wriggled. Fools! Although chaos is an enemy, his current strength has yet to reach the stage where he can corrupt fate. He had to build up his power to the pinnacle. Only when he was at his peak could he exterminate the people of the world. Each cycle of reincarnation was a single thought of his. It will take a long time for him to wake up and use this thought to destroy the world. Primal chaos energy, get out of here. Bang, bang, bang. Under the power of the river of fate, all of the primal chaos vital energy and power were squeezed out like a sponge. All of the water was sucked away in the blink of an eye. The river of fate was not threatened by chaos at all. At the very least, the current chaos could not threaten him. If a normal person wanted to make a move, kill someone, or execute a peerless martial art, they would first have to trigger a thought in the depths of their heart. The thought would then control their body and execute a big move. The time it took for the thought to be triggered to execute a big move was very short, perhaps even a split second. But chaos was different. From the moment a thought was born to the moment it was put into action, it was a cycle of reincarnation. From the primordial era to the final moment of the apocalypse, that was when the thought was fully formed. A single thought from chaos could take that long. That was the difference between man and chaos. The thought of chaos wasn't fully formed yet, and was still in the process of triggering it. Of course, it wasn't very powerful. Jiang Li's summoning of chaos and its anger was merely an instinctive reaction. It's actually pushing the power of chaos out. Jiang Li's heart was pounding. Only now did he realize how powerful the River of Fate was. In fact, it even surpassed the three-dimensional universe. If he wanted to challenge it and form the 101st nomological law of the infinite Tao, the annulled, it would be incredibly difficult. Whoa! Heaven and earth trembled. Jiang Li could no longer summon the power of primal chaos, but he himself had the power to resist the River of Fate. Perish. No one can fight against fate, and no one can challenge it. Even if you were lucky enough to obtain the annulled nomological law that no one has ever obtained in thousands of reincarnations, you still won't be a threat to fate. You're in fate's grasp. As the River of Fate wriggled, its will pierced into every particle in Jiang Li's body. Sizzle. Green smoke rose from Jiang Li's body, as if he were about to turn into nothingness. However, he didn't care. His body trembled again, and every particle in his body was filled with mantras. At the center of the mantras, a brand new self was born. I am me, unlimited rebirth, unlimited body, unlimited true fate, unlimited will. Jiang Li's heart shone brightly, as if he was trying to subdue the dragon of fate. He was a peerless god, a peerless hegemon, a peerless Buddha, and a peerless monarch. You think this little bit of resistance is enough to stop me? The River of Fate condensed, and countless experts were born from the depths of the river. They were experts from 10,000 reincarnations, and they attacked Jiang Li again. I can control the fate of 10,000 reincarnations, the River of Fate said. Countless fists slammed into Jiang Li, destroying the mantras. The one who punched was an expert wearing a Taoist robe and a crown of feathers. His eyes were filled with billions of planes and rivers of stars, and they flickered with life and death. His fist art had created epics after epic. This is the epical God Fist, the voice of the River of Fate said. The strongest hegemon of the last reincarnation, the epic monarch. Crack! Jiang Li felt an unstoppable will, and his essence was beginning to crack. He was in a state of exhaustion. Infinite God Fist. His fist technique clashed with the epic king's. The epic monarch was bold and decisive, and his fist art was godlike. As the strongest expert of the last reincarnation, he was even stronger than Yuan Shi. Although it was just a brand, his will could easily destroy Jiang Li. Destroy everything. Jiang Li knew that this was a moment of life and death. If he couldn't hold on, he would melt into the River of Fate and become a sacrifice. But given his current cultivation base, how could he be so weak that even the strongest expert of the last reincarnation couldn't do anything to him? I am infinite, and I absorb everything. The epic monarch's martial Tao can destroy my essence, but it can't destroy my will. On the contrary, my will can absorb the epic monarch's martial Tao. Jiang Li suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the epic monarch. Sounds could be heard coming from his stomach. That was the epic monarch's martial Tao. It was a new martial Tao, and seemed to have many more variations than Ba Liming's martial Tao. Rumble. Even as Jiang Li swallowed the epic monarch's brand and suppressed it, an even more powerful monarch appeared outside. He wore leather clothing, and his muscles were bulging. He seemed to be filled with the strongest power and God Tao in the world. Prowess monarch, the River of Fate said. This is the strongest monarch from the last reincarnation, the prowess monarch. He is pure power and doesn't even have a martial Tao. Power was power, and the martial Tao was the martial Tao. Power was the essence of the martial Tao, and the martial Tao was a transformation of power. Any transformation of power was a martial Tao. The prowess monarch had abandoned the martial Tao and instead focused on power, not transformation. Because of that, his power was even purer. Whiz. The prowess monarch was already walking toward Jiangli. He didn't use any fist art or martial Dao. Instead, he unleashed a wave of energy onto Jiangli's head. Jiangli's body split open again, and the boundless God mantra vanished, transforming into ashes. What terrifying power! There's no martial Dao, no transformation of power. Jiangli howled. He had just devoured the epic monarch's brand, and now there was another prowess monarch trying to suppress him. It was even more difficult for him to move forward. Infinity Lotus. Above his head, a lotus flower appeared. That lotus flower supported the king of power, preventing him from being suppressed. Do you think there are only prowess monarchs and epic monarchs? The prowess monarch of hope from the last reincarnation, come out. Another person appeared. This person was a woman. Her eyes were like flowers and filled with hope. The aura from her body far surpassed that of the wish fruit or even the wish god tree. She was the embodiment of all good wishes and the hope in everyone's hearts. She was the prowess monarch. In the last reincarnation cycle, she had gathered all living beings together, using the prowess monarch of hope to transcend reincarnation. Unfortunately, she had died. In the final moment of primal chaos, all hope had been reduced to ashes. All living beings in the world, all hope had been destroyed. There was no chance at all. That was why the 3D universe said that the gathered hopes and beliefs of all living beings were unable to resist the primal chaos. Jiangli understood the thoughts of the 3D universe's heavenly will. It was to find an opportunity to transcend the tribulation and wait for the primal chaos to change itself. But now, the primal chaos had indeed changed itself. After waiting for countless reincarnations, the day had finally come. The prowess monarch of hope appeared. Her aura was even stronger, more boundless, and greater than that of the epic monarch and the prowess monarch. Jiangli knew that once this woman appeared, he wouldn't be able to resist. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to resist the brand of these powerhouses. However, at the critical moment, he suddenly transformed into a majestic will. Mighty existences, your strength and wills are so strong. You've been struggling bitterly in the reincarnation cycle, thinking of all ways to escape. Jiangli said, but you still can't escape reincarnation. That's because the laws of the primal chaos are too strong. In this reincarnation cycle, the primal chaos has finally changed, and its insides are rotting. This is the best opportunity. All the opportunities are gathered on my body. Will you choose to destroy me, or will you place all your hopes on me? Chapter 923. In the depths of the river of destiny, these kings of hope, kings of power, and kings of epics weren't real. They were imprints that the river of destiny had experienced many cycles of reincarnation. They were projections, and the river of destiny would dry up and vanish with each cycle. Then, with the birth of all life, destiny would also appear. It could be said to be indestructible. In truth, it was constantly changing dynasties. It was just that some things didn't change. Destiny itself would always exist, but its spirituality was constantly changing. The strongest of the reincarnations might only be projections, but they had their own spirituality and unyielding will. Anyone who dared to challenge them would die. However, Jiangli had his own ideas. He wanted to transform the primordial chaos, and he wanted to comprehend the boundless great Taos. He wanted to summon the spirituality of the reincarnation cycle so that the strongest experts would no longer attack him, but would instead support him. If they killed him, they would be cutting off all hope of transcending primordial chaos. On the contrary, if they helped him, he would have a chance to truly transcend the cycle of reincarnation and step into a brand new world. Actually, Jiangli could tell that with his current cultivation base, the river of destiny wouldn't be able to kill him. The river of destiny's most powerful attack was these imprints. The strongest person in each reincarnation would unleash a supreme and invincible technique. That was definitely not something that any expert could compare to. The King of Hope was even stronger than Yuanshi. She was more focused, and her comprehension was deeper. If it was her true body, Jiang Li would have lost it many times already. Even this imprint could destroy Jiang Li's thoughts and soul forever. As expected, Jiang Li's thoughts and will, as well as the profundities of the infinite great Tao, caused the imprints to pause, as if they were hesitating. They knew how special Jiang Li was, and how precious the infinite great Tao was. Jiang Li had gone through hundreds and thousands of reincarnations, or even billions of reincarnations. He had finally encountered a fortuitous encounter and was born as a prodigy. If he died, then there would be no hope of surpassing reincarnation. There would be no chance. Therefore, Jiang Li couldn't be destroyed. Do you think that the strongest experts of the past reincarnations will help you just like that? In fact, they might even stop attacking you. You're too naive. These supreme experts aren't their true bodies, but rather, they were created by me after I absorbed their imprints. They're mine, not yours. In a way, these supreme experts are my martial arts. Come on, kill them. More experts will appear once again. King of space, king of firmament, and king of mystic, show yourselves. Rumble. In the depths of the river of fate, 3 of the strongest experts from before the cycle of reincarnation appeared. The space-time king wasn't in human form, but rather formed from a will of space-time that could bind and control anything. This was the strongest of the 3 Samsara Supreme Masters. Each Samsara Supreme Master had heaven-toppling, earth-toppling, invincible destiny. Even now, Jiang Li wasn't the strongest expert in this cycle. Logically speaking, the strongest expert in this cycle should be Yuan Shi. Kill. The strongest of the 3 reincarnation lords charged towards Jiang Li one after another. Everyone, I could be killed by you, but you can't. Transcend the cycle of reincarnation and break through primal chaos. How marvelous! Jiang Li's will flickered as he manifested the infinite in Ata. Come, everyone, I am with you. We are with hope. We are with the infinite. We are with the Tao. We are with the eternal life. Jiang Li's will no longer cared about life and death. He was a rallying cry, a rallying cry. He wanted everyone to transcend the cycle of reincarnation with him, to see the world after the destruction of primal chaos, and to see what the future would be like without it. His infinite Nata will erupted. Instantly, the 3 Samsara Supreme Masters stopped, seemingly contemplating. They were shaken by Jiang Li, not by Jiang Li, but by the birth of the infinite in Ata. After all, they knew what the infinite in Ata was. If it didn't summon the infinite in Ata, the cycle of reincarnation would continue. Therefore, the spirituality of the imprints began to change, supporting Jiang Li. Kill. The river of destiny trembled violently, erupting with killing intent. The imprints flew out, shaking the void. Everyone, fate has bound you. You are the strongest experts in the cycle of reincarnation. How can you be willing to be bound by fate? You are the most prideful existences. Together with me, transcend the cycle of reincarnation and destroy primal chaos. This is your mission. Otherwise, your existence will be meaningless. Your only purpose is to transcend the cycle of reincarnation with me. Jiang Li had completely given up on his own life. Instead, he had wholeheartedly turned his heart and soul into the Tao of infinity, condensing the infinity nirvana for these people to see clearly. Infinite, transcend the cycle of reincarnation. All of a sudden, the Era King spoke. What a beautiful will! I was the strongest expert in the previous cycle of reincarnation, and I thought I could fight against the primal chaos. But when the will of the primal chaos descended, I perished. I know that the power of the primal chaos isn't something I can contend against. I really want to see what there is outside of the primal chaos. The primal chaos is like a fish pond, and we're all fish in the pond. There should be more things outside the pond. The Era King's voice seeped into Jiang Li's body. Jiang Li trembled. It was as though he could see the thoughts of this person. The voice of the strongest expert in the previous cycle of reincarnation. His cultivation base was almost invincible, and he stood at the peak of the world. But he still perished. He was unwilling. That unyielding, undying, and undying will poured into his body. It was as though he was about to transform into a supreme existence, break through the void, and escape the primal chaos. There's something outside of the primal chaos? Jiangli was shocked. He had thought that the primal chaos was everything, but now that he thought about it, he realized that it really was the case. The primal chaos was like a chicken egg, and he and the others were inside it. Through the cycle of reincarnation, the primal chaos was shattered, and a wider world existed. All of a sudden, he thought about the everlasting well, the well of living beings. Perhaps he was a frog at the bottom of a well, and everyone else was a frog at the bottom of a well. The primal chaos was a well that bound everyone inside. What they saw was everything, and if they could escape the well of primal chaos, they would no longer be frogs at the bottom of a well. Ha ha ha! Jiangli suddenly understood. His boundless annulled Tao had reached the Great Circle. Meanwhile, the strongest experts of the 6 cycles of reincarnation didn't attack Jiangli. Instead, they spoke at the same time. Oh, boundless caretaker, after thousands upon thousands of cycles of reincarnation, you have finally appeared. This is our chance. Since that's the case, we will give you our experience, our power, our enlightenment, our knowledge of primal chaos, and all of our saving from the previous cycle of reincarnation. Let us entrust our hopes to you. The King of Epics, the King of Power, the King of Hope, the King of Heavens, the King of Mystic, and the King of Hope were all leaving their mark on Jiangli's will. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Jiangli had reached the great circle of the magical laws of the annulled Tao. The 101 magical laws appeared inside of him, shattering fate and appearing in the material world. This was not a dream, nor was it an illusory existence. This was something that existed in reality. The boundless great Tao was now number 1, surpassing fate. Crack! Crack! Back in the martial world, Wan Qinchio's body cracked open. A look of terror appeared on his face. Fate! Something's wrong with fate. It's not the King of Kings, the King of Kings. It's been surpassed by the boundless great Tao. Don't tell me that Jiangli created the 101 magical laws. Why did the boundless great Tao fail? Why is this happening? I can't believe fate has been surpassed, the strongest expert said, rising to his feet, trembling with fear. It didn't matter how strong Jiangli was, he didn't care. After all, he was strong to begin with, and as long as he could recover, he would be able to contend with Jiangli. Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for Jiangli right now. Defeating fate was a legend, a myth, something that no one had ever accomplished before. Fate, I've surpassed you. Jiangli stood up within the river of fate. His body continuously stepped forward, exploding forth with his strongest power as he punched the air. Rumble! The river of fate tumbled, and countless powers exploded within it. It seemed to have been blasted apart by Jiangli's punch, creating a huge hole in the river. I didn't expect you to subdue those imprints and obtain the memories of several cycles of reincarnation. You've won this time, but you won't be able to win forever. The river of fate shook. A huge force wrapped around Jiangli, pushing him out. Jiangli couldn't grasp the river of fate. Although he had pushed the boundless great Tao to its limits and had 101 magical laws, the river of fate had accumulated too much power, and he hadn't reached the point where he could devour it. But at this moment, his own strength was enough to contend with the river of fate. Even if the third dimension universe came, it wouldn't be able to suppress him. His cultivation base had truly reached the pinnacle. By chance, he had become one of the strongest experts of this era. As long as he had the chance to fight with Yuanshi, if he won, he would become the strongest. Buzz! Jiangli left the Void Realm and returned to the Red Dust Realm again. At this moment, the true meaning of the boundless great Tao had spread to every plane, every space-time, and all tangible and intangible existences knew about it. The worldview of the myriad worlds had undergone the most serious change. Everyone knew that fate was not number 1, and that infinity was the strongest. In the years to come, everyone would cultivate the boundless great Tao. That was the most important thing. When all living beings cultivated infinity, It would be the moment when the boundless river merged with all other rivers. Chapter 924. World shook. Experts were shocked. Heaven and earth shook. This was the change that happened the moment Jiang Li condensed the infinite Tao. The infinite river expanded out of nowhere. It was actually comparable to the slaughter, monarch Tao, noble spirit, martial Tao, and the river of 10,000 treasures. Any expert could feel the immense potential of the infinite river. As long as they cultivated with sincerity, they could even obtain the cultivation method of the infinite Tao from the depths of the infinite river. Jiang Li wasn't afraid of the world cultivating the infinite Tao, but he was afraid that the world wouldn't. The infinite Tao, the transformation of heaven and earth, ghost god's sustenance, sun and moon samsara, millennium overlord, yin and yang. These were the deepest mysteries of the infinite Tao. At this moment, all the experts of the infinite worlds were discussing this matter. The river of fate is changing. The infinite Tao has surpassed fate and condensed 101 laws. This has never happened before. That's right. The limitless river hangs high up in the sky. Although it can't devour the river of fate and the river of time, it's gradually gaining the appearance of a monarch. Let's hurry up and cultivate the limitless great Tao. Let's see what this great Tao is like. Legend has it that only one person can successfully cultivate the fate Tao. Even if others obtain the cultivation method, they won't be able to cultivate this martial art. The infinite Tao surpasses the fate Tao. It should be harder to cultivate. Isn't that so? In a mortal realm, countless people are cultivating the infinite great Tao. Rumor has it that after cultivating this great Tao, you don't need godhood at all. You can directly use the Tao to seek supreme power. Moreover, the risk is extremely low, and you can progress step by step. It can be said to be orthodox. Then let's start cultivating as well. The first to sense it were the great emperors and even existences that surpassed them. These great emperors could already sense the existence of the river. They tried to communicate with the river and indeed received many wills. They were all cultivation secrets and even some explanations of the infinite Tao. Jiang Li didn't leave anything out. He revealed all of the secrets of the limitless great Tao, including how to cultivate each rune, how to condense each law, and how to combine them. He hoped that the limitless great Tao would spread more and more widely. It would be best if more supreme existences could cultivate it. The infinite great Tao was a supreme martial art. Even if it was Yuan Shi, he would be excited to see it. More importantly, the infinite great Tao at this moment was completely different from before. Jiang Li had obtained all the experiences and memories of the king of the epochs, the king of power, the king of hope, the king of space and time, the king of providence, and the king of Xianxian. This was equivalent to obtaining the martial arts experience of the strongest person in space and time in the depths of the 6 reincarnations. This kind of cultivation experience was simply unparalleled in the world, and no one else could compare to it. Therefore, he fused all of these martial arts experiences into a furnace, instantly catalyzing the infinite great Tao to undergo a brand new transformation. Some of the runes from before were overthrown and reshaped. The laws were also changed and reformed, adapting to this era and even the future. It could be said that the infinite great Tao was a great Tao of change, not a great Tao that was unchanging. It changes over time. Perhaps the laws were like this today, but they would be completely different tomorrow. However, as long as one was closely connected to the infinite river, there would be absolutely no problem, because one's cultivation would also change along with the changes in the depths of the infinite river. This was like a system update. Cultivation in the infinite river was constantly updated in order to better adapt to the era and the world's tribulations. Once the infinite river changed, one just had to change along with the infinite river. This was Jiang Li's method, and also where the true power of the first great Tao lay. It closely connected all living beings with the infinite river. If a great Tao couldn't change, how could it be called the first great Tao? The world, the universe, and the infinite river great Tao were changing. The E in the Book of Changes meant change. This was the first transformation of a Grand Tao. All Grand Taos were fixed, and once they were cultivated, their power would be fixed forever. They would be passed down from generation to generation, and if one didn't cultivate according to the ancient laws, the Grand Tao would collapse and explode, causing one's Tao to disappear. But the infinite Great Tao was completely different. As a result, those who cultivated the infinite Great Tao had to be closely connected to the infinite river. If they betrayed the infinite, then they wouldn't be updated in time and would gradually be eliminated by others. However, this was understandable. In the cultivation world, there were many fights over secret manuals and peerless divine arts. Some could even destroy clans and kill loved ones. Now, the infinite Great Tao was the undisputed number one Great Tao, the number one divine art. No one wouldn't want to learn it, even their enemies. Countless experts wanted the Great Tao of destiny, let alone the infinite Great Tao. No one could resist this kind of allure. Zhongli returned to the celestial mortal realm. He sat at the center and felt his aura surge. Countless experts heard of this news, and they all began to praise his name. They all began to pray and communicate with the endless river. This gave people enough confidence. Even a newborn baby's first choice would definitely be the infinite Great Tao, because it was the undisputed number one divine art. Who would learn trash? Even if the Great Tao of destiny was placed in front of them, they probably wouldn't care. If they went to see Buddha in the temple, who would be interested in the land of the mountain gods? At this moment, fate was boiling. A large amount of providence poured into the infinite river at all times, and countless living beings chose to cultivate the infinite Great Tao. Spectacular, truly spectacular. Dream Paper Kite walked to Jiang Li's side. Right now, I can sense that in every instant, there are trillions of living beings who choose to cultivate and communicate with the boundless Great Tao. Even the will of the boundless river has spread throughout the three dimensions of the universe. How many lives were there in the infinite worlds? No one knew for sure. Even a mere three-dimensional universe had an infinite number of living beings. But this way, the diversity of choices will be lost. Isn't that bad? It's precisely because there are all sorts of cultivation techniques in the multiverse that there's so much competition. Sects, ideologies, 100 flowers blooming, 100 schools of thought contending for supremacy. But now that they've unified the Great Taos and become limitless, it might just backfire. Luo Feng was a bit worried. No, Zhongli waved his hand dismissively. The limitless Great Tao can evolve into anything, and it won't affect the original divine abilities. For example, you cultivate the creation, primordial, and primordial Taos, which is the king of kings' Great Tao. Now that you cultivate the limitless Great Tao, you could transform them into one. The infinite Great Tao is just a container. If you have money in another bank, you can naturally transfer it to the infinite Great Tao bank. I see. Luo Feng was shocked. Such an infinite Great Tao can evolve everything. It can accommodate everything. It can accommodate all Taos. This is the true Tao. The other Taos are all fake Taos. They are not the true Taos. This is also a lucky coincidence. Thousands of cycles of reincarnation coincidentally landed on my body, and then it became limitless, Zhongli said. However, even though that's the case, you still have to grasp the opportunity that has descended upon you. I narrowly escaped death, fought countless battles, and finally grasped it. That's true, Dream Kite said. Right now, your cultivation is almost invincible. I'm afraid even the three venerables of the Nirvana realm can't do anything to you. As the infinite river expands, your cultivation will become stronger and stronger. Because everyone in the myriad realms is learning, fate will gather on you. Their souls and thoughts will sparkle. What's more, when they cultivate, all their creative thinking will also gather in the infinite river. With the accumulation of wisdom, they will become even more invincible. It's time to open Yuanshi's treasure, right? There's no hurry. Yuanshi is very strong. His fall was probably part of his own plan. No one knows what is hidden in the depths of the myriad realms' celestial sphere. Once it is opened, the situation will still be out of my control. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. The more time passes, the stronger my cultivation will become. Instead, some people will become impatient, Zhongli said. What other preparations do you need to make? Luo Feng asked. I need to disintegrate some of the major forces to prevent them from becoming enemies of the mortal realm. Now that the third dimension universe's heaven's will is asleep, the strongest force is not the strongest warrior, but the Nirvana realm. Zhongli looked into the distance. The Nirvana realm is a ship with 99 floors. Each floor is equivalent to the size of the martial realm, the demonic realm, and the dragon realm. The highest ones are the three venerables of the Nirvana realm. But in reality, the controller of each floor is someone else. It's like the emperor and the vassal states. If the Nirvana realm is united, it will indeed be invincible. It can break through everything. How can those who survive the catastrophe be ordinary? The moment he looked over, endless divine light shot out from afar. He had already seen the true form of the Nirvana realm's ship in the void. The Nirvana realm itself was a very magical thing. Each of the three venerables of the Nirvana realm had gone through more than 3 reincarnations. Although they were dragging out an ignoble existence, it was still a skill. It was better to live than to die. Unfortunately, each of the 99 floors of the Nirvana realm was a great universe. The 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm were very powerful. Although the 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm were high and mighty, they could not unite them. They could only use all kinds of strategies to tempt the Nirvana realm to prevent the Nirvana realm from fighting. However, Zhongli looked over now. In the Nirvana realm, there were actually very few people who cultivated the infinite great path. This was because the 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm had given a death order. Whoever cultivated the infinite great path would die. Moreover, they seemed to have blocked some information. The Nirvana realm was equivalent to 99 great universes. How many living beings were there? If all of them cultivated the infinite great path, the Nirvana realm would be equivalent to the human realm in an instant. Therefore, Zhongli had to make a trip to the Nirvana realm before that to spread the infinite great path. Moreover, the Nirvana realm and fate seemed to have some kind of inextricable connection. Since he had surpassed fate, he had to subdue the Nirvana realm. Chapter 925. Zhongli left as soon as he said he would. He got up and moved, appearing in the void in the next moment. Outside the void realm was chaos, and inside was the material realm. It was impossible for ordinary experts to leave the material realm and come to the void realm. That was equivalent to ordinary people leaving the atmosphere on Earth and entering space. They would die immediately. Great emperors could not survive in the void realm either. Only existences that surpassed great emperors and lived as long as heaven and earth could roam the void and do all kinds of impossible things. Zhongli was not an existence that surpassed great emperors. He was still in the realm of great emperors, but his combat power had far surpassed that of living as long as heaven and earth. Moreover, he had broken the shackles of cultivation. Great emperors and living as long as heaven and earth could not restrain him at all. In other words, he had opened up a whole new system. In fact, even if heaven and earth were to decay, he would not decay unless chaos single-mindedly used force to kill him. However, he still had a chance to fight. In other words, according to the realm of the infinite great path, he had surpassed the realm of living as long as heaven and earth and was no longer bound by the material realm. The foundation of the material realm was fate. All living things had their own fate, which was why there was the saying of living as long as heaven and earth. However, now that Zhongli had surpassed fate, the saying of living as long as heaven and earth was a joke. If he had surpassed fate, why would he care about heaven and earth? Hence, his current realm was basically the same as Yuanshi and Heavenly Father. Moreover, with the support of the infinite river, his strength would only grow stronger. In the void realm, the rivers formed by various thoughts flowed everywhere. However, the river of slaughter, the river of kingship, and even the river of martial arts began to revolve around the infinite river. Although the river of martial arts, Ba Liming was very arrogant and looked down on everything. He could not help but admire the infinite great path from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Zhongli also knew that it had nothing to do with him. The infinite great path was where the opportunities of thousands of reincarnations lay. Ba Liming lamented his inferiority because of the opportunities. Even the strongest would feel powerless in front of such opportunities. Fighting against chaos did not depend on the heavens, the living beings, or even martial arts. It depended on the opportunities. In this life, if he waited for the right opportunity, then there would be hope. Otherwise, no matter how hard he tried, it would all be for naught. Ba Liming rejoiced about this. He rejoiced that he had been born in the right era. If he was born in another era, it would only mean despair. If he was born in another era, it would only mean despair. It seems that the limitless great Tao will continue to expand. The river of carnage and the river of the Tao of Kings will merge into it. It's only a matter of time before the three rivers merge. Once I open Heavenly King Primordial Beginnings treasure trove, I'll get the 4 scrolls of the Deathless Sutra. Zhongli said, the river of time will also be under my control, and the river of destiny will naturally be a piece of cake. The river of long and the river will be under my control. Long is long, long. They had already arrived around the gigantic 99-story ship. The realm was the blood. Long. What did it that he had it as possible? Was that it would long as it? He long as it was that. 99 stories. 99 great universes. While it wasn't as big as the myriad worlds, it was still a pure land. This was the first time Zhongli had seen it up close. Only now did he realize how powerful it was. It was indeed worthy of being something that could fight against fate and escape the chaos calamity. The Permitha was a supreme treasure. It surpassed even the primordial gold pill and the good fortune jade disc. It was the strongest treasure in this era. It might even have been the strongest treasure in the previous era. In the previous era, the strongest person was the epic king, but even he couldn't obtain the Permitha. That was because the people living there had reached an agreement with chaos to kill the epic king. When the world was destroyed, they contributed greatly. That was why the Permitha could linger on its last breath until now. In the previous eras, the 3 Permitha venerables had served as chaos lackeys. But now, they couldn't be lackeys even if they wanted to. Chaos had changed, and they had to be wiped out. Destroy the world, leave no one alive. That was why the 3 Permitha venerables had tried to escape. They had been planning all sorts of things, but Zhongli's appearance had ruined their plans. What a great Permitha, what a great 99 heavens. If the 99 heavens were to combine together, it would truly be an unparalleled magical treasure. But now, it's just consuming each other. It's truly not worth it. If I were to transmit the infinite Tao into it, it wouldn't take more than a few days for everyone to start cultivating the Permitha Tao. At that time, the hearts of the masses would definitely be devoted to the Permitha Tao. The Permitha Tao would fuse with the mortal world and fuse with the primordial golden core. Zhongli's body trembled. He kept changing until he turned into data and entered the lowest level of the Permitha Great Tao. He had the bloodline of the Permitha child, so he wasn't obstructed when he entered the Permitha ship. The lowest level of the Permitha ship was the largest, but it seemed to have the lowest status. That was why it was suitable to receive the infinite great Tao after entering. Whoosh! He entered the depths of the lowest level and searched for the master of this level. Logically speaking, the master of this level should be an existence that surpassed the great Emperor realm. Because the Permitha realm had survived multiple chaos calamities, it could obtain endless resources and treasures every time. The last reincarnation, the reincarnation before that, and the reincarnation before that were much more ancient than the treasures produced in the current era. This was also why the martial world, demonic world, and dragon world couldn't compare. The lowest level of the 99 levels was called the Eternal Night level. This level was pitch black like the underworld. The Eternal Night didn't open, and dark creatures were born there. The higher one went, the brighter it was. However, these dark creatures were very strong. There were humans among them, and they were the rulers. Supreme Sovereign of Eternal Night, the three Permitha Venerables have sent a message. They forbid you from cultivating the unparalleled Great Tao. Anyone who cultivates the infinite Great Tao will be killed. At this moment, in the deepest part of the Eternal Night level, two people were conversing on a dark throne. One of them was wearing a black cloak, and his entire body was wrapped in it. He was like a ball of darkness, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. The other person was dressed in white, but there was some inchi around him. One of them was black, and the other was white. They seemed to be the black and white impermanence. Both of them were existences that surpassed the great Emperor realm. The one wrapped in black was the sovereign of eternal night, and the one in white was the supreme sovereign of the higher level, the white cloud sovereign. At this moment, both of them were conversing. I don't know what the three Permitha Venerables are thinking. They have always been using us as cannon fodder. At the crucial moment, they can even sacrifice us in exchange for another reincarnation. The sovereign of eternal night let out a sharp voice. They blocked the news, but they couldn't block us from looking at the movement of the long river in the void. The power of the infinite river is expanding, and the infinite great Tao is being born. It has surpassed the great Emperor realm and evolved into 101 laws. It can hide from the great Emperor realm, but it can't hide from us existences that have surpassed the great Emperor realm. Yeah, even I want to communicate with the infinite river with the unparalleled will and obtain the infinite great Tao's cultivation method. But I'm afraid that the three Permitha Venerables will know, so I want to discuss with you, said the White Cloud Sovereign. Don't be afraid. The three Permitha Venerables aren't that strong. If they had captured the son of Permitha, Xin Yuan, back then, we would really be invincible. They could use the 99 levels of the origin power to refine us all and merge us into their bodies. Then, they could use the power of several reincarnations to break through the chaos and challenge the strongest origin. But now they can't do that. The Sovereign of Eternal Night laughed sharply. Now, I rule over all living beings. As long as all living beings start to cultivate the infinite great Tao, they will definitely be able to increase their strength greatly in a short period of time. At this time, we must think of all ways to increase our strength. But if we cultivate the infinite great Tao, will we be controlled by the master of the human world? No, the master of the red dust realm? The White Cloud Sovereign was hesitating. No, the idea of the red dust realm is not to control, but to have great freedom and great ideals. Everyone has their own ideals, and that's the only way to be united. The Sovereign of Eternal Night laughed. So it's definitely not a problem for us to cultivate the infinite great Tao. But the three Permitha Venerables have many lackeys, and there might not be anyone who is with us on the 99 levels. Some people are thinking of ways to kill me and replace me, so we can't be reckless. Now, I actually hope to go out and form an alliance with the Master of the Red Dust Realm, or even rely on him. He is the strongest person in this reincarnation, or even thousands of reincarnations. That's right, this person is really scary. But what's scary is not him, but his opportunity to obtain the infinite great Tao. If only I had this opportunity, Sai, the White Cloud Sovereign said. But now, all the exits of the Permitha Venerables are locked, and we can only stay inside. We can't go out at all, and it's almost impossible to leave. In fact, many experts on the 99 levels are dissatisfied with the three Permitha Venerables. Among them, there must be someone who secretly cultivates the infinite great Tao. If the three Permitha Venerables start killing, then they will really be deserted, and they won't dare to do that. The Sovereign of Eternal Night analyzed. If it was the Permitha Venerables in the past, they indeed had the power to decide life and death, because no one could threaten their position. But now, it's different. They are actually in a mess. The children of Permitha may return at any time, and once the Master of the Red Dust Realm descends, the entire Permitha Venerables will be shaken. The Permitha Venerables are equivalent to 99 worlds, and there are countless living beings. If they all cultivate the infinite great Tao, then the Permitha Venerables will belong to him, and he will definitely be tempted. Chapter 926. Sovereign King of eternal night, all we can do now is wait. I don't think we can go on like this. The world is about to change, and if we don't increase our strength now, it will be too late for regrets. I know a few sovereign kings are secretly cultivating. Their strength has skyrocketed, and we haven't found them yet. Bai Yun King said enviously, "Which emperors? How can they be so bold?" Emperor of Eternal Darkness was envious too, but he had no choice. He could only move secretly and carefully. They couldn't resist the might of the Nirvana Three Supremes. The lower the level, the lower their strength. Emperor of Eternal Darkness couldn't handle the might of the Nirvana Three Supremes. It's the King of Annihilation, the King of Nikan, and the King of Wuhui. But they're also secretly cultivating. When the Nirvana Three Supremes got the news, they sent people to investigate them. But they didn't find anything, so they just watched them secretly and didn't kill them. Bai Yun King said, "They're secretly making a fortune while we are waiting here. It is indeed a little depressing. It's a pity that the Son of Nirvana hasn't returned. We have a strong leader who can gather the most power. The Son of Nirvana has fallen. The strongest now is the Master of the Red Dust Realm, Jiangli. He is the most invincible existence. Think about it. The Nirvana realm and fate are opposite each other. Even the river of fate has been defeated. The Nirvana realm is no match for him. So, joining him is the best choice." I know that too, but there's no way to bridge the gap. The two discussed for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything. They sighed. Emperor of Eternal Darkness, Bai Yun King, do you really want to join me? A voice suddenly appeared on the black throne. I am here. If you want to cultivate the infinite Tao, I can fulfill your wish. Boo! The two emperors turned around and saw light appear around the throne of darkness. It lit up the eternal darkness realm as if it was going to control the entire Nirvana realm. It's me. Jiangli was dressed in sportswear and running shoes. He looked like the young man from Earth. However, anyone who saw him would know that he was the strongest man in this reincarnation. He had an innocent, down-to-earth, and loving aura of a neighbor. Ever since he cultivated the limitless great Tao, his temperament changed. He no longer gave off the aura of a great figure. He was just like a neighbor, amiable, kind to everyone. Back then, he was still a youth. This youth's smile was enchanting, hot-blooded, and unwavering. He once again returned to the innocent heart of the past. Without even looking, King of Eternal Night and King of White Cloud knew that the person in front of them was definitely the master of the Red Dust Realm, the Celestial Emperor, the Lord of Infinity, the strongest person. As long as he fought with Yuan Shi, he would truly be on the path of invincibility. Because no one had such temperament. When they saw this person, they didn't even have the thought of fighting back. They were existences that had surpassed the martial monarch realm. They had the same lifespan as the heavens and earth. They were confident that they could defeat any existence they encountered. You, King of Eternal Night stammered. Why are you here? The three venerables of the Nirvana realm sealed the truth for their own benefit. That's not what a wise person would do. They've gone through the tribulations of 3 cycles of reincarnation, yet they still don't know how to repent. What a pity! This will be the day they die. In the previous cycles of reincarnation, they relied on betraying their companions to successfully pass the tribulations. This time, they can't be allowed to continue existing. As for you guys, you're innocent. Jiangli could see it very clearly. The 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm were indeed not good people. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. Who knows, when he fought against the chaos in the future, the 3 of them might suddenly attack him and reach some kind of agreement with the chaos. Some people could be saved, but some could not be forgiven. Take Jiang Nailin, for example. This person's demonic nature had penetrated deep into his bones and could no longer be resolved. He was beyond cure. Only by killing him could he be completely freed. You want to help us? King of White Cloud King, calm down. That's right. You guys are actually aiming for the infinite Tao. That is the fate that you cultivated in your past life. There is no longer any doubt. It is the karma that was planted in thousands of reincarnations. It is very rare. Now I will teach you the infinite Tao. Jiangli said, No, King of White Cloud King, said, "If we cultivate the infinite Tao, we will be discovered by the three venerables of the Nirvana realm. By then, our world will be in a disaster." The infinite Tao is omnipotent. Zhongli laughed out loud. "You guys are underestimating the infinite Tao. Since it can surpass fate, it is a supreme technique. The infinite technique, the infinite technique. How can it be discovered?" As he spoke, he pointed out with his finger, and two beams of light shot into the depths of the King of Eternal Darkness and the King of White Cloud's minds. Instantly, the shadow of the infinite river appeared on their bodies, and their bodies were filled with great power. However, it was silent and calm, and there was no fluctuation at all. "So we cultivated the infinite Tao, just like that?" King of Eternal Night murmured. His body was filled with the infinite Tao, but his martial arts and fist techniques were still there. They were even more refined. When they were used, they surpassed several levels. Especially his view of the world. It seemed like he had seen through reincarnation and reached beyond the chaos. "I have also been reborn. I did not expect that at our level. We can still improve." King of White Cloud King could not believe himself. He looked at his hands. There was a holy glow on them. This holiness came from the other side of chaos. This power is not something that Nirvana can compare with. Zhongli said, "It is invisible and formless. It can permeate everything. It is supreme. It can rule over everything. It is majestic and unparalleled. It can slay everything. Now, spread the boundless Tao to all living beings. I guarantee that nothing will happen." "That is too," King of White Cloud King said. "It is fine for us to cultivate alone. But the two levels that we are in charge of have infinite living beings. It is equivalent to a big universe. If they all cultivate this infinite Tao, I am afraid that there will be changes in fate and we will be met with a disaster." "It is fine. Listen to me. I promise that you will not be found out." Zhongli didn't seem to care at all. "You're cultivating on your own, and you don't understand the true meaning of infinity. It's only natural that you'd be discovered. But things are different now. I can hide everything here. No, I can't hide anything. I can do it openly. Go. Start spreading the word. I know that you were born because of the essence of this level. You are the representatives of the will of the heavens. On the 99-level ship, every level had its own heaven's will and its own unique method of operation. For example, on this level, King of Eternal Night was the highest true essence of the source of this level. He was like a vassal. In a vassal state, the title was not given by the emperor, but by the descendants. Hence, on this level, King of Eternal Night had sole authority. Is there any way to hide the aura? King of Eternal Night was still worried. I authorize you to use the infinite Tao. You can use the infinite void Tao to confuse the three Nirvana venerables. Zhongli added another point. As long as King of Eternal Night agreed, he could use the source of this level, and it would be convenient for him to use Tao techniques. Then we are now people of the heavenly mortal realm? King of Eternal Night asked. That's right. All of you are now people of the heavenly mortal realm. I will establish a separate system, and all of you will be ministers. Zhang Li's promise was like gold and jade. He definitely wouldn't go back on his word. This was something that was publicly acknowledged by the 10,000 worlds. That's good. We seek riches in the midst of danger. Moreover, the Nirvana realm is too small. There is indeed no hope. The three Nirvana venerables are struggling at death's door. For their own benefit, they can give up everything. Once they capture the child of Nirvana and refine him, they will completely control Nirvana. There is no way we can survive. King of Eternal Night said. That is true. King of White Cloud nodded. They had followed the three Nirvana venerables for so long, and they knew what kind of people they were. Buzz, the King of Eternal Darkness, and the King of White Cloud activated their origin, while Zhongli immersed his entire body into it. Instantly, the true meaning of infinity was carried by the wind into the night. All the living beings on the two levels received the call of the Infinity River and started cultivating the Infinity Great Tao. The infinite river in the depths of the void realm wriggled, expanded, and increased rapidly. Obtaining the cultivation of the living beings on the 2 levels of the Nirvana ship was equivalent to subduing the Dragon Realm and the Martial Realm. The expansion of the Infinite River was not just a small amount. Jiangli stood on the throne of darkness and looked at the dark space-time of this level. He realized that it was vast and boundless. The source of darkness seemed to be endless, and he also saw the level above. It was a white world with clouds floating everywhere. It was like a paradise in the human world. That was the world of King of White Cloud. Now, the living beings and humans that were also cultivating the infinite Tao. Indeed, I feel that the world that I am presiding over is full of foundation. It suddenly becomes lively. The infinite Tao is indeed invincible. It is not something that fate can compare to. King of Eternal Night and King of White Cloud were filled with joy. That's not all, said Jiangli coolly. Once you accumulate enough time, all of you will deeply comprehend the essence of the boundless great Tao. At that time, your essence will be vigorous, and with my help, you will be able to sever your karma and fly away from this level. You will be able to leave the other shore and reach my mortal realm. What? The 2 kings were shocked. The 2 of us can still leave? Why not? Although the 99 levels of the Nirvana realm are in harmony with each other, they can also fly away individually. This is the true essence. If they can't gather and disperse, how can they be called the Nirvana realm? The will of the entire Nirvana realm can also be dispersed. So, you don't have to worry. Even if there's a problem, I will use the infinite dimension slash and cut you up completely. Jiangli said, That's good. I'm completely relieved now. All right, Lord Jiangli, do you want to contact the master of the 3rd level, King of Red Copper, and the master of the 4th level, King of Saber and Sword, the master of the 5th level, King of Ancient Beast? Chapter 927. Jiangli indeed had the godly strength to cut through the Nirvana realm. However, if he did so, he would definitely be attacked by the 3 Nirvana Venerables. Furthermore, he would be expelled by the will of the Nirvana realm. Of course, given his current level of cultivation, he was not that afraid. However, he did not want the Nirvana realm to be harmed. Especially if a large number of Nirvana realm beings died, it would not be beneficial to him. Living beings were very precious. They cultivated the infinite great Tao and could provide Jiangli with power. Therefore, Jiangli was prepared to resolve this matter peacefully. It would be best if he could capture the 3 Nirvana Venerables and refine them into the primordial golden core. Of course, once all the Nirvana realm beings had cultivated the infinite great Tao, the entire Nirvana realm would be a piece of cake. Since he had subdued the King of Eternal Darkness and the White Cloud King, he could subdue the rest of them. All right, Jiangli had an idea. You have to guard against the invasion of the Envoy of Annihilation. However, the Envoy of Annihilation is hard to defend against. Other than me, no one can detect where the Envoy of Annihilation is hiding. Now, I will capture all the Envoy of Annihilation in the 2 levels. However, there will be more and more Envoy of Annihilation in the future. Rumble. Jiangli grabbed at the air. In that instant, the heavens and earth shook. Vortexes appeared everywhere. News of the Envoy of Annihilation was transmitted from the depths of space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the unknown emissaries of Annihilation in the 1st and 2nd levels were instantly enveloped by majestic power and transported to the vortex above Jiangli's head. Finally, the vortex turned into a golden sphere. This was the projection of the primordial golden core. The power of the primordial golden core could be used by him at will. After all, it was one of his doppelgangers. His will, his heart, and his original appearance could also be transformed into the primordial golden core. No, why did you bring me here? Who is it? Who is so powerful? I hid so well, and yet I was discovered. I can't accept this. I devoured the one with great fortune, took over his body, and took his identity. I was just about to make a name for myself. How could I be destroyed just like that? Kill, kill, kill. I'm going all out. Fist of Annihilation. Primal Chaos. Summon the ancient power of Primal Chaos. No one can kill us. We are the Armageddon emissaries, existences born from the power of chaos to destroy the world. Powerful existences, aren't you afraid of death by going against chaos so brazenly? Let's join forces and attack him with our strongest attack. Kill him. Kill. Just who is it that has such power? We couldn't fight back at all. This person's strength is simply too terrifying. He wiped us out all at once. I wanted to contact the other emissaries of annihilation, but I couldn't. Just what kind of seal is this? Even the primal chaos has been sealed. Our information is transmitted directly through the primal chaos. To be able to seal the primal chaos, this is simply the most terrifying thing in the world. I know who it is. It must be the master of the celestial mortal realm. That's right. He's the only one with such a cultivation base. He actually infiltrated the Nirvana realm. Let's hurry up and spread the news to the 3 paragons of the Nirvana realm. Let them fight to the death. That way, we'll be able to take advantage of the situation and perhaps escape with our lives. It's useless. The space-time of these 2 levels have been bewitched and sealed. There's no way we can send any news out. Chaos ensued. The images of all living beings appeared within the golden ball. Some of the Armageddon emissaries were fighting with all their might. Some were thinking of ways. Some were feigning civility. Some were scheming, and some were trying to send news out. But all of these were useless. Instead, they were trapped tightly. Son, my son is among them. That's one of my sons. The Eternal Night King suddenly let out a long howl. He saw that among the countless Armageddon emissaries, one of them was actually his son. Of course, he had many sons. With power in his hands, he could have many women. Naturally, he also had the power to reproduce endlessly. However, that son of his right now was the most outstanding one he had. If it were any other ordinary son, he wouldn't care if he died. Father, save me. Father, save me. When that Armageddon emissary saw the Eternal Night King, he immediately wailed and cried out, "Oh, this Armageddon emissary devoured your son. Now, he's a completely different person with the memories of your son. He's just bewitching you. If he grows up and devours you as well, then he'll really have great luck. I suspect that some of the kings on the 99th heaven have already been devoured and turned into Armageddon emissaries. Even the people around the 3 Permetha Venerables have been infiltrated. The Armageddon emissaries are everywhere. More importantly, they're not afraid of death. They're completely chaotic and unpredictable," Zhongli said. "Kill." The Eternal Night King suddenly said, "Since my son has turned into an Armageddon emissary, then there's nothing we can do. For the safety of the myriad worlds, we have to put justice before family. Actually, there's no need for that. I can restore it." Zhongli nodded. Instantly, the aura of the primordial golden core blasted into the body of the Eternal Night King's son. The Armageddon emissary roared and suddenly exploded, turning into a ball of vital energy. Infinite restoration is omnipotent. Zhongli chanted the infinite mantra and actually restored his son. As for the original Armageddon emissary, it completely turned into vital energy and merged into the depths of the primordial golden core, becoming the most primitive energy and tonic. Good. The Eternal Night King was overjoyed. "This is too amazing. Lord Celestial the Arch, you're really omnipotent. You can actually restore it infinitely. This is actually the power of chaos. Chaos destroys everything and creates everything, just like how humans plant crops. It's an endless cycle. Now, I can also destroy people, and create things, create people with a single thought." Zhongli didn't care at all. Destroy everything. Rumble. Inside the golden ball, all the emissaries of annihilation had died and become a part of the primordial golden core. At this time, the 2 layers of the primordial golden core suddenly became clear, like a person who had just recovered from serious illness and was glowing with vitality. Of course, all of this was carried out in secret. Under the confusion of the boundless great Tao, everyone could only see the original scene. Zhongli had reversed the flow of time here and in the past. Boundless space-time alternated with each other. This was an invincible and limitless method. All right, all of you have eliminated the hidden Armageddon emissaries here. However, you still can't let your guard down, because the Armageddon emissary could be born at any time. But it doesn't matter, you can contact Jew. He's a different species, half Armageddon emissary, half human. He has the abilities of the Armageddon emissary, but he also has his own independent thoughts. Therefore, he can detect all the movements of the Armageddon emissaries. I think there will be a large number of Armageddon emissaries appearing on the other side. You can kill them one by one to increase your strength. Although the Armageddon emissaries are here to destroy the world, they are also the best tonic. Zhongli commanded. I didn't expect Lord Zhongli to have such methods. We really have the best backing now. White Cloud Master, Eternal Night, Sovereign side. All right, White Cloud Master. Go and contact the Crimson Copper Sovereign, Sabersword Sovereign, and Ancient Beast Sovereign. I want to subdue as many layers as I can in one go. Zhongli saw that everything was ready. He had laid down his foundation in the depths of the other side and had stabilized it. The next step was to expand rapidly. Before the 3 Prometheus Supremes of the other side realized what was going on, more than half of the universe would already be under his control. At that time, the 3 of them would be helpless. All right, I'll contact them now. However, we have to be careful about this matter. We don't want the news to leak. Lord Zhongli can come with us. Eternal Night, Sovereign said. There's no rush. I'll stay here and stabilize the 2 universes. However, I can support you at any time. With a single thought of mine, I can descend upon any of the 99 layers of the other side. I can even trap the 3 Prometheus Supremes of the other side. Unless they obtain the Xianyuan Prometheus and completely control it, only then will they be able to fight against me. However, I'm biding my time now because I've calculated something. Zhongli's expression suddenly turned solemn. Lord Zhongli, what have you calculated? Eternal Night, Sovereign asked. In this Prometheus realm, I'm afraid there's an invincible existence. He's the true king of the emissaries of annihilation. He's second only to the son of chaos. He's an existence that surpasses the realm of the same lifespan as heaven and earth. I can feel from Ju's aura that this emissary is hiding and will seize the power of the Prometheus realm at any time. He'll first devour the 3 Prometheus Supremes of the other side, then other powerful existences, and finally the Prometheus heavens will. Zhongli said, unfortunately, his level is obviously much higher than Ju's. Ju could only vaguely sense it and couldn't figure out the exact situation. Ju's body was about to be summoned and controlled by him. Fortunately, the primordial golden elixir and the infinite river suppressed it. Now go and contact the other sovereigns. You must be careful not to give yourself away. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Understood. The 2 sovereigns disappeared in a flash. Zhongli waited for them to leave. Suddenly, he dispersed and started to merge with the heaven's will in the deepest part of the Prometheus realm. In the deepest part of the Prometheus realm, there was a whole heaven's will. It was the son of the Prometheus realm, Xianyuan Prometheus. This heavens will represented the main hub of the Prometheus realm and was stronger than the heaven's will in the 99 levels. It could even be said that the heavens will in each of the 99 levels was just a clone of him. Zhongli had the blood of Xianyuan Prometheus in his body, so he could communicate with the heavens will kindly. If he could get the recognition of the heavens will, it wouldn't be a problem to get the Prometheus realm. Even if he couldn't get the recognition of the Prometheus emissary, if he could find the king of the emissaries of annihilation, it would be considered a success. He didn't want to play tricks now, so he directly took drastic measures. Kaboom! His will descended into the depths of the Prometheus realm, deep in an unknown space. This space could be said to not exist, and it was in an absolute state of no life and no destruction. No expert could find it, but Zhongli found it. Chapter 928. Zhongli communicated directly with the Prometheus' fundamental will. His body was immutable. It could be the void, but it could also not. It could combine all things, but it could also crush all things. The moment the great Tao of infinity was completed, he had reached a godly level. The infinity nirvana, which hadn't appeared in thousands of reincarnations, appeared on his body. The power of destiny wasn't something that could be resisted by human strength. The Permitha was a heavenly will that had survived multiple cycles of reincarnation and naturally knew how strong he was. There shouldn't be any problems communicating with him. Not even the three paragons of the Permitha could enter the depths of the Permitha's will. If they could break through the defenses of the Permitha's will and do whatever they wanted. This space didn't exist, but Zhongli was adept at finding slumbering existences in non-existent space-time. The moment Zhongli arrived, a woman appeared in the heart of the dimension. The Permitha's form was that of a woman. She wore a plain-colored brocade robe that covered her body. She sat cross-legged, and her features were delicate and pretty, as if she hadn't experienced much of the world. She was the embodiment of the mighty Permitha's will, and her temperament was pure. But while she looked harmless, if she got angry, she could turn billions of lives into ash with a flip of her hand. The Permitha's will was far stronger than the will of the immortal world, and could almost rival the will of the three-dimensional universe and the river of destiny. Mighty Permitha's will, she said, I've taken the liberty of visiting you today to ask you what you think about the impending catastrophe. How do you understand the infinity nirvana? I've already surpassed destiny, and this cycle of reincarnation has the best chance of defeating primordial chaos. I hope you can work with me to transcend primordial chaos, destroy worlds, and be reborn again and again. Break through the primordial chaos and see what the outside world is like. Zhongli transmitted his will over, wanting to see how this woman would respond to him. Mighty Lord of Infinity. Sure enough, the woman moved. Her tone was extremely polite. You are indeed a marvel of thousands of reincarnations. You were born because of a combination of karma that none of us could have predicted. This reincarnation does indeed have hope of breaking through the primal chaos. We will obtain another opportunity. However, after breaking through the primal chaos, whether or not there will be eternal life is still something to be discussed. What do you mean? When Zhongli heard this woman's words, his heart was in turmoil. What I mean is that we are all fish in a fish tank, and the primal chaos is the fish tank. If we break the fish tank, we might not be able to return to the great river. It is more likely that we will fall directly on the dry land and die of thirst or suffocation. The woman said, Do you know that there is a world outside of the primal chaos? If there was a world, what did it look like? Or is there nothing outside of the chaos, and once we break it, we will vanish into thin air? Have you considered the consequences? I've thought about it, but nothing came of it. Zhongli said, At this stage, we can only take it one step at a time. The primal chaos wants to destroy the world, and we have to stop it. We can't destroy ourselves. Once we've taken this step, we can plan for the next one. We have to plan for 1,000 generations and plan for 10,000 generations. O Lord of Infinity, your infinite Tao is profound and profound. If you are so short-sighted, then I really don't want to work with you. Therefore, you have to figure out these things clearly. Only then will you be able to plan for every possibility. If we can understand this, then we won't have to struggle so bitterly. We will have the power to see through the primal chaos and destroy everything, Zhongli said. No, someone once came to me and said that he knew about this. I asked him about it, but he didn't tell me. The woman's words shocked Zhongli. Yuan Shi, Zhongli blurted out. After all, only Yuan Shi had this divine ability. Apart from him, no one else could pose a threat to Zhongli. If Zhongli wanted to become the strongest expert of this era, he had to defeat Yuan Shi first. Yes, that's him. The greatest secret of the primeval heavenly king lies in the depths of the myriad worlds' celestial sphere. I'm eager to know what lies beyond the primal chaos, and whether or not we'll die if we break it. If I can figure out the truth, I'll work with you. By that time, I'm afraid it will be too late. Zhongli said, The key to Yuan Shi's treasure is in my body. I can open it whenever I want. Right now, I need to do a series of things. After I unify the heavens, I will make plans. Yuan Shi fused the wills of the myriad worlds together to create the myriad worlds' celestial sphere. I will fuse the myriad worlds into the mortal realm and the infinite universe. I will refine the myriad worlds' celestial sphere directly, without using the key. This will be the confrontation between me and Yuan Shi. What do you think? It seems that you don't want to break the primal chaos. You want to fight him. The woman sighed. In that case, you can go. Fighting him is the first step. He is the first person I challenge. The second is the primal chaos, Zhongli said. There is no contradiction. I still have to wait. The woman wouldn't work with Zhongli. In that case, I won't negotiate with you. Zhongli knew that once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change his mind. There was no point in wasting his breath. However, we can cooperate. I don't need any cooperation, the woman said. Really? I know that you went through a few reincarnations and didn't die. The primal chaos is jealous of you. So a large number of emissaries of annihilation invaded your body and devoured the great fate you gave birth to. That's not all. They might even appear next to you and devour your body. I already know that a king of annihilation has infiltrated your body. You can't sense it at all. When it devours you, it will be too late for regrets. Only I can help you. Zhongli looked around. If I can enter this space, then so can the king of annihilation. I don't sense the aura of the king of annihilation. This is an opportunity for me. I don't need your help. The woman wasn't surprised. There are indeed many emissaries of annihilation in my body now, but I will wait for something. That is, my son will return and defeat everything. Xianyuan Higan? How can he defeat everything? Even his fate is declining now. Zhongli smiled. He didn't think much of it. Although you've achieved the infinite great path, it's not your own path. It's a coincidence. You're like a nouveau riche who found a treasure. The treasure doesn't actually belong to you, the woman said. How do you know about my schemes and my profundities? Compared to Yuan Shi, you're too far behind. Ha ha. Zhongli couldn't help but laugh. I know what you're planning. You want the child of Nirvana to unite with the child of destiny. You'll get the child of destiny and replace him. You'll control the river of destiny and become a part of Nirvana. This way, Nirvana will expand rapidly, and you'll have the ability to break through the primal chaos. But this kind of scheme is like asking a tiger for its skin. You're scheming against the river of destiny, and the river of destiny is scheming against you. Do you understand? I think you'll be tricked by the river of destiny and become its food. That doesn't matter. The woman was still calm. As long as the two of them unite, there'll be a great existence. I've already reached an agreement with the river of destiny, so I can't ally with you. You have to be clear about this. Then, the strongest martial artist is actually a pawn in your scheme. Zhongli wasn't surprised. He had already calculated this. That's right. The strongest martial artist is a pawn in our scheme, but he's also an anomaly. He even received the power of the mutated freak in the depths of the primal chaos. He's independent. If we capture him, we'll know the secret of the freak in the depths of the primal chaos, the woman said. Very well, very well. But since we can't reach an agreement, I still want all living beings in Nirvana to cultivate the great path of Nirvana. You can't stop me on this, Zhongli said. It doesn't matter. The living beings in the 99 levels of Nirvana are all my people. Their auras and karma are connected to me. It can't be severed, and it's messy. So, the stronger they are in the infinite great path, the more nourishment they'll be for me. You're helping me. The woman still didn't stop him. Aren't you afraid that I'll empty all the living beings? All of them into the red dust realm? Zhongli sneered. Your red dust realm isn't big. All the living beings that enter it will definitely collapse, the woman said emotionlessly. I'll separate the 99 levels of Nirvana one by one and integrate them into the red dust realm. You don't have that much power. The woman suddenly stood up. The space disappeared, and her body also hid. Zhongli couldn't find her anymore. From this, it could be seen that the will of Nirvana was extremely powerful. It was natural. Think about it. The will of the 99 martial realms gathered together to form such a huge existence. How could it be weak? The will of Nirvana must have reached some kind of agreement with Yuan Shi. Zhongli thought to himself, what secret is hidden in the depths of the celestial sphere of the myriad worlds? It's definitely not as simple as the will of the myriad worlds. There's actually a secret beyond the primal chaos. What What did Yuan Shi discover? Jiang Li couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Since he couldn't make the will of Nirvana cooperate with him, he could only take it slow. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. On the 99 levels of the ship, there was another space point. It was the highest point of the Nirvana realm. It didn't belong to the first level because there were no living beings there. It was filled with destructive power. That was where the three venerables of the Nirvana realm lived. Right now, the three venerables of the Nirvana realm were sitting in different positions. However, a powerful force had descended upon this place. The three venerables of the Nirvana realm opened their eyes and looked at the person in black. "Greetings, King of Annihilation," the three venerables said. Chapter 9:29. The King of Annihilation had actually appeared, and it was the Nirvana Triad who had personally greeted him. From this, it could be seen that the Nirvana Triad had long been in cahoots with the emissaries of Annihilation, attempting to devour the beings with great fortune in the heavens. Moreover, the Nirvana Triad seemed to be acting in concert with chaos to destroy the world, just like in the previous reincarnations. However, they only said so, and did not stand up to greet the King of Annihilation. Hence, they were still wary. Evidently, they also knew that in this reincarnation, chaos had encountered a huge problem. It might not treat them the same way as before, and was going to destroy them as well. However, they could also use chaos as leverage to bargain, hoping to gain more profits and resources. This time, they were negotiating with the King of Annihilation. Nirvana Triad, why are you so late in carrying out chaos orders? Do you want me to descend, destroy the Nirvana Triad, and destroy your foundation? The King of Annihilation issued a stern warning as soon as he appeared. We have no other choice, D of the Nirvana Triad said calmly. D, one of the three lords of the Nirvana realm, said, fate has changed. The great Tao of the infinite Tao has spread through the void, suppressing us. You can see that. We need to first seal off the Nirvana realm to prevent the people there from cultivating the great Tao of the infinite Tao, so that our foundations won't rot. We have no other choice now, and we need your help, King of Annihilation. Yes, respected King of Annihilation, you have finally appeared. Quickly help us increase our strength and suppress the infinite river. Bai's voice was sharper, and he was very aggressive. Perhaps the great chaos also knows that there is a huge problem with this reincarnation. It should not have allowed the infinite great path to appear. I also know that in the depths of the great chaos main body, many freaks have also been born. This time, I'm afraid, will be the most dangerous time for chaos. Law carefully expressed his opinion, but his eyes were very cunning. One look, and anyone could tell that he was a scheming and astute person who would never be at a disadvantage. You have the intention to rebel? The King of Annihilation unfolded his loose black robe, revealing the body of a middle-aged man. He was strong, burly, and seemed to be able to destroy everything. So, you want to reap more benefits and refuse to listen to chaos? Don't you know that doing this will only lead to death? Of course we know that, but if chaos is dead, then everything we do will be meaningless. King of Annihilation, you may be powerful, but you've only surpassed the realm of being as old as the universe. It's almost impossible for you to kill Jiangli now. D said, Lord Chaos has his own difficulties, and we have even more difficulties. Right now, it has not changed its mind, so Jiangli still has room to grow. If he continues to rule the heavens, I'm afraid that even chaos will not be able to do anything to him. I hope that Lord King of Annihilation can help us improve our cultivation. Only when we capture the child of Nirvana, obtain the Nirvana realm, and merge with the River of Destiny, can we suppress the Lord of Infinity, Jiangli. What do you want? The World Annihilation King's expression did not change, and he no longer threatened them. He was very calm. It's very simple. We want power. I know that chaos has destroyed worlds time and time again. There are probably millions of reincarnations now, and in every reincarnation, there will be a strongest person. The three of us hope to obtain all the essences, imprints, and natal marks of the three strongest people in the depths of these millions of reincarnations. This way, We can help chaos stabilize the situation without any effort, Dee said immediately. Ha ha ha. The World Annihilation King laughed, as if he was laughing at these people for being idiots. Your appetite is really big. In millions of reincarnations, there will be a strongest person, and among them, there will be 3 natal marks, and you'll be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Even that will be a threat to chaos. Will Lord Chaos allow a tiger to grow in his bosom? In millions of reincarnations, there will be a strongest person in every reincarnation. For example, Zhongli had the experiences and insights of the king of the era, king of power, king of hope, king of Xian, king of heaven, and king of space. However, although these 6 monarchs were the strongest in their respective reincarnations, they were not the strongest in the thousands of reincarnations. Moreover, what Zhongli had obtained was not their natal marks. They were merely memories left behind in the river of destiny. Those memories were enough to inspire Zhongli to unlock the infinite Tao and cultivate the annulled law. If he obtained the natal marks of the strongest person in millions of reincarnations, how powerful would he be? Even if he obtained the memories, he would still be so powerful. Natal marks and memories were completely different. Memories were just experiences, and the natal imprint had also inherited some of the core power. This was like the Grand Emperor's relic. Some people learned the 9 seals of the Grand Emperor, but Zhongli directly obtained the Grand Emperor's relic. The two were fundamentally different. There were only memories in the river of destiny and not natal marks. Only in the depths of chaos could there be natal marks. Every time the primal chaos destroyed the world, it could destroy everything except the life imprint of the strongest expert. The strongest expert in a reincarnation was the core essence of the reincarnation and represented the greatest spirit and power of an era. They were practically immortal existences. Chaos destroyed worlds again and again to collect these things. They had other uses. Now that the 3 paragons of the Nirvana realm had made this request, it was like a subject asking the emperor to bestow his concubine to him. This was intolerable. The King of Annihilation was about to make a move. However, he did not move, as if he had received the highest order from the will of chaos. It's not impossible for you to obtain these things. Lord Chaos has gone through thousands of reincarnations and collected the natal marks of the strongest people, which are being nurtured in the depths of chaos. However, let me tell you a secret. Yuan Shi created the myriad world's celestial sphere and opened a path into the depths of chaos to steal some of the natal marks. However, he was killed by chaos and eventually perished. Now, in the depths of the myriad world's celestial sphere, there are many natal marks of the strongest people in the reincarnation cycle. For example, the mark of the Era King from the previous era and the mark of the King of Power. You can obtain them. Zhongli obtained the memories of the 6 great kings in his battle with the River of Destiny. They are not natal marks, but he is already so ferocious. However, you won't be able to withstand the natal marks of the strongest people. You'll probably explode and die. Only those with great luck can withstand it. The King of Annihilation said, "Your mission is to open Yuan Shi's treasury first." Who on earth is Yuan Shi? How could he open the depths of chaos and steal the natal marks? The 3 paragons of the Nirvana realm were shocked. He's just a despicable thief. You're right. This reincarnation cycle is the last of the 129,600 reincarnations of chaos. If it goes through this reincarnation cycle, chaos itself will reach a whole new realm. When that time comes, no one can say for sure what the world will be like. The King of Annihilation seemed to open his heart and tell the 3 paragons the true meaning of chaos. 129,600 reincarnations. Every reincarnation cycle has a strongest person. When gathered together, it will be 129,600 natal marks. The 3 paragons trembled. Yes, no treasure, even the Fate Jade Disc or even the Nirvana realm itself, could compare to these natal marks. That was the strongest person in a reincarnation cycle. Obtaining any of the natal marks would allow one to obtain the core power of that strongest person. The three paragons dreamed of this, and they even dreamed of obtaining many. Lord King of Annihilation, out of so many reincarnations, who is the strongest? The three paragons asked. The King of Annihilation laughed. There are many who are the strongest, but according to the Chaos's speculation, the strongest will probably appear in this era. Even the Chaos itself will find it hard to suppress them. If we survive this tribulation and suppress the strongest of this era, then the Chaos will evolve once again. You guys will also be great contributors. Don't think that the Chaos wants to annihilate everything this time. It's just a signal that he released. It's hard to tell whether it's real or fake. Then who is the strongest person in this era? Is it Yuanshi or Zhongli? The three paragons asked hurriedly. It should be Zhongli. Since the infinite great path has fallen on him, he is constantly increasing. Of course, Yuanshi is also an anomaly, but nothing can escape the infinite. The King of Annihilation said, but once his infinite great path is formed, even Chaos will be very wary of him. So Chaos schemed against Yuanshi, and the fate of both of them will wear each other down. What if the two of them join forces? The three paragons asked. That won't happen. People who walk different paths cannot work together. The Chaos is the last tribulation in this era, so will also be the last tribulation for Zhongli. His tribulation includes Yuanshi and many other strong people. At the final juncture, Chaos will let all the marks fly out, gathering all the people with great fate in this world, and then kill each other. Of course, this is a last resort. Up until now, Chaos is still able to control the situation. The King of Annihilation told these deepest secrets to the three paragons. We know all about it. The three paragons nodded. Today's secrets were too shocking for them, but they also knew that the King of Annihilation was telling the truth. What he said might not be the truth. Moreover, there was no use in hearing these secrets. They wanted something substantial. World Annihilation King. Although the myriad world's celestial sphere contains the natal imprints of the strongest experts, there aren't many of them. There are also imprints of the strongest experts in the depths of the primordial chaos. We only need 3 imprints. 3 is enough. Furthermore, with these 3 imprints, we will be able to complete the mission of the primordial chaos. Yes, Law also said, the most important thing is that the emissary of annihilation will not be able to fuse with these marks, because the strongest people of any era hate the emissary of annihilation. They only recognize humans and other living beings, so chaos cannot let you use them. Only we can use them to our fullest potential. Chapter 9:30. The 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm, Di, Bai, and Luo, were all sly and cunning beings. They were good at bargaining and could even take advantage of one's weakness to kill. Now that they had heard the secret of the King of Annihilation, they knew that there was an opportunity for them to take advantage of. It might be the greatest opportunity of their lives, because this was the last reincarnation of the chaos. After reincarnation, there would be a brand new world. They would be idiots not to take advantage of this opportunity. Therefore, the 3 venerables of the Nirvana realm had to obtain the mark of the strongest. They had to seize the opportunity to increase their strength first. The stronger they were, the more advantageous they would be in the upcoming battle. Moreover, what they said was the truth. The mark of the strongest would repel the envoys of annihilation. It was best for them to use because they were also at the peak of this reincarnation cycle. Although they were not as powerful as Zhongli, Yuanshi, or the Heavenly Father, they were still people who had a chance of obtaining a mark. If the mark of the strongest was obtained by someone else, even if it was fused into their body, it would immediately explode. Not even their primordial spirit and will would be preserved, because the mark of the strongest could destroy all spirits in an instant. I advise you not to think about it. You are now the strongest of this era, but there is still a huge difference between you and the strongest of each reincarnation cycle. There is no way you can refine the mark of the strongest. Moreover, it is a matter of opportunity. Perhaps a small figure can obtain the mark's recognition, and you will be rejected. Of course, as long as you are an envoy of annihilation, "This is true," the King of Annihilation said. "In that case, it is impossible for us to obtain the mark of the strongest." The three venerables of the Nirvana realm seemed to be disappointed. A murderous aura emanated from them, and they began to turn hostile. "King of Annihilation, if we betray you and kill you, I don't think the chaos will be able to control the situation. What do you think will happen?" "Ha ha ha," the King of Annihilation laughed. "This is also within my calculations. The three of you have no integrity to begin with, and you betray me for the sake of benefits. I like this style, but you can't kill me because I am the King of Annihilation. You know what the appearance of the King of Annihilation means. It means that the Son of Chaos is about to descend. Who the hell is this bastard son?" This was what the three paragons of the Permetha continent were most worried about. No matter how strong the emissary of Annihilation was, he couldn't surpass the limits of the reincarnation cycle. Therefore, they had ways to control and even kill him, turning him into their own power. But once the Son of Chaos appeared, he would be completely destroyed. They had experienced 3 cycles of reincarnation and were well aware of how terrifying it was when the child of primordial chaos was born. Heaven would fall and the earth would shatter. Light would vanish and all living things would grow old. Devis would decay and the entire world would lose its vitality. That was the most dangerous moment of Doomsday. Every period of time was torture. They didn't want to experience those years again. The child of primal chaos would absorb all life force, causing it to vanish into nothingness in the blink of an eye. With life force gone, the universe would be reduced to ash, and victory or defeat would be lost. At the same time, their vitality would be greatly depleted, and their strength would decrease. They looked at each other, and they both wanted to kill the Son of Chaos. This time, the Son of Chaos is different from what you think. He will be born anywhere, and he might even be born in the Nirvana realm. He won't be the embryo that appeared in the depths of chaos in the previous cycles of reincarnation. The King of Annihilation's tone was filled with the aura of Doomsday. "Tremble, you 3. This time, if you don't listen to the chaos wholeheartedly, you will be killed before the Doomsday arrives." "Wait," Dee hurriedly said, "if the chaos really won't give us the natal mark of the strongest, are there any other benefits? If there are, we are willing to work with the chaos." "What do you want?" the King of Annihilation asked. "We still want to control the entire Nirvana realm. Although the 3 of us are venerable ones and have the highest authority, the entire Nirvana realm isn't under our control yet. We can only transmit our will, but we can't completely control the life and death of the Nirvana realm," the 3 venerable ones said. "You want the chaos to help you conquer the will of the Nirvana realm, or capture the child of the Nirvana realm? You can do that yourself." The King of Annihilation's tone was getting more and more contemptuous. "If that's the case, the chaos won't agree to our request." The 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm looked uncertain. They knew that the things they could obtain were getting less and less, and they might even end up with nothing. "The chaos won't give you anything in this reincarnation cycle." The King of Annihilation issued his final ultimatum. "Don't think that you can rob us just because there's something wrong with the chaos itself. So what you're saying is that there's nothing to gain?" The 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm stood up. The space seal enveloped the King of Annihilation in front of them, causing him to lose the opportunity to transform. The 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm had been planning for a long time to fall out with the chaos. If they killed the King of Annihilation, they would also gain great achievements. Sumeru Spacetime reversed the Nirvana realm, turning back Strike Innate realm. The 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm emitted a majestic aura, forming the Innate realm. This power was unprecedented. You've been hiding your strength." The King of Annihilation was shocked when he saw the Innate realm. He seemed to think that he had underestimated the 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm. After more than 3 reincarnations, the 3 venerable ones of the Nirvana realm had indeed accumulated many treasures and powers that were unknown to others. "That's right. This is our Innate realm, also known as the Little Chaos. It was created after we collected the essence from the depths of the chaos in several reincarnations. It's our greatest trump card, the King of Annihilation. We shouldn't have used it against you this time, but since you've made us despair and won't give us any benefits, we have no choice but to take it ourselves. These face was resolute and ferocious. The little chaos realm. The King of Annihilation saw that there was indeed a lot of vital energy gathering, and the chaos appeared. Although it wasn't as vast and boundless as the real chaos, it had the power of the chaos. It was unknown how the three venerable ones of the Nirvana realm had successfully created it. The King of Annihilation's cultivation was extremely strong, but he was naturally unable to resist the chaos. It could be said that if the chaos wanted him dead, he would die. If it wanted him alive, he would live. Now, the essence of the small chaos realm was a small world that was created by imitating the will of chaos. Although it couldn't kill him with a single thought, it could still suppress his power and make it almost impossible for him to attack the small chaos realm. The three of us have prepared for several reincarnations, groveling, and finally created this little chaos realm. Also that one day we can deal with the emissary of annihilation and even the King of Annihilation like you. Of course, there's also the Child of Chaos. In the future, we can even replace the chaos and become the strongest existence. Do you think we'll just go with the flow? Be humiliated by the chaos over and over again? Treated like dogs over and over again? This time we won't be dogs anymore. We'll be true masters. The three venerable ones of the Nirvana realm surrounded the little chaos realm and began to refine the little chaos realm into the King of Annihilation. The King of Annihilation's cultivation was no weaker than theirs, and he had many other abilities, such as absorbing primal chaos paleo energy and using it to create treasures. He could use the power of primal chaos to unleash his fists and sweep everything in his path. But now all of that was gone. Surrounded by the little chaos realm, the King of Annihilation was at his wit's end. He could only slowly be refined, his body in a state of nothingness. He roared again and again, but to no avail. You three animals, how dare you disrespect me and betray the primal chaos? You've bowed and groveled to the primal chaos for so many reincarnations. Betraying me now won't end well for you. Besides, I won't die. Even if you refine me, a new King of Annihilation will be born in the depths of the Nirvana realm. The King of Annihilation's voice seemed to want to break through the little chaos realm and reach the depths of the Nirvana realm. Kill him. We can't let him send his will out. The expressions of the three Nirvana supremacies were unusually grave. Once he sends out his will, he can summon countless Armageddon emissaries and attack us together. At that time, the small chaos world might be destroyed even before it's completed. Suppress. The three venerable ones of the Nirvana realm coughed up blood, which twisted and turned into countless magical symbols and universes that strengthened the little chaos realm. The King of Annihilation was still roaring angrily, as if he wanted to unleash all of his power to shatter the little chaos realm. Everything will be destroyed. This isn't the real primal chaos. It's virtual primal chaos. I'll destroy this fake thing and give you the punishment you deserve. No, this is the real primal chaos, the little chaos realm. Everything evolved from primal chaos. Provoking our little chaos realm is equivalent to provoking the real primal chaos. Under our cover, you can only submit and surrender. Otherwise, only death awaits you. The three venerable ones of the Nirvana realm strengthened their incantations. Countless divine incantations trembled and shuttled back and forth. All of them carried the aura of the little chaos realm as they ruthlessly suppressed the body of the King of Annihilation. Rumble. The King of Annihilation exploded in the air. He also turned into many musical notes, directly blasting a portion of his power into the little chaos realm, causing the information to spread to the depths of the Nirvana realm. Not good. He's using his final technique to destroy the world and has sent his aura out. Fortunately, it's only spreading to the depths of the Nirvana realm. Let's quickly seal it off. The three venerable ones immediately used their techniques to seal off the Nirvana realm. However, in the Nirvana realm, all of the emissaries of annihilation had also sensed the aura of the King of Annihilation. The emissaries of annihilation immediately transmitted all of their will and spirit to the King of Annihilation. They were densely packed like fireflies, and all of the emissaries of annihilation in the Nirvana realm actually came out. No one would have expected that there would be so many emissaries of annihilation in the Nirvana realm. This also alerted Jiangli. Jiangli was just thinking about how to transmit the boundless great Tao in the depths of the Nirvana realm when he suddenly felt the 99 levels of the Nirvana realm tremble. Instantly, he understood the truth of the matter. Here's my chance. He knew that this was the best opportunity of a lifetime. Chapter 9:31. Who would have thought that the King of Annihilation would clash with the Nirvana 3 supremacies? Now that something like this has happened, I've found an opportunity. Jiangli immediately sensed the tremors on the Permitha realm. What kind of person was he? In an instant, his will had seeped out and felt the auras of all the emissaries converging towards the center. He had found the King of Annihilation's true form at the source. As such, he knew what had happened. In fact, he could even deduce everything that had happened in the past. Everything was still vivid in his mind. From the time the 3 Nirvana Lords bargained with the King of Annihilation, to the time the 3 Nirvana Lords used their trump cards and summoned the little chaotic world, everything was reflected in the depths of his mind. He even knew more about the secret of the primordial heavenly king's treasure. Among them were the life imprints of the strongest samsara cultivators. He had only obtained the memories of the King of Eras, the King of Power, the King of Hope, the King of Heaven, the King of Space and Time, and the King of Xianxian. The life imprints of these 6 experts were definitely in Yuanshi's treasure. Who knew who would get their hands on them after the treasure was opened? Jiangli had not obtained other memories from the River of Destiny because it was not complete. Some ancient memories had already been completely integrated into the river itself. The most recent 6 Samsara kings had left a deep impression on them and had not dissipated yet. That was why he had only obtained 6 memories. The primal chaos had to go through 129,600 annihilations, so there were so many imprints. Jiangli estimated that these imprints might fly out and fall into the hands of many. And he could definitely obtain 6 imprints, because he had already been recognized by the 6 Samsara kings. As long as the 6 imprints flew out, he would absorb them and strengthen the endless river. But the primal chaos had accumulated so much power that it would be very difficult to defeat. Fortunately, this was the last time the primal chaos had changed. As long as he survived, it would be a new change. Of course, Jiangli did not know what exactly the change was. But he felt that once he got hold of this information, he would have more opportunities in the future. At the very least, he knew that the most important thing in Yuanshi's treasure trove was not the 4 scrolls of the Indestructible Sutra, nor was it some other book of faith. It was not medicinal pills or magical items. It was the sealing mark of the most powerful expert in the samsara realm. As long as he obtained the mark of the strongest person in samsara, he would become invincible in a single step. The strongest expert of each cycle was destined to be chosen by the heavens. They were heavenly geniuses and overlords. They gathered the great momentum and surpassed everything else. Take the 3 paragons of the Nirvana realm, for example. Although they claimed to have gone through 3 cycles of reincarnation, they were still struggling at death's door. The 3 of them were trash and could not compare to the strongest experts of the reincarnation cycle. The strongest person in the previous reincarnation cycle was the Epic King. He could easily suppress the Permitha 3 venerables. Even the strongest person in samsara, such as Jiangli or Yuanshi, could kill all 3 of them. Therefore, running away was not a solution. Running could not help one improve. Only by fighting against chaos could one obtain unparalleled strength. However, the 3 paragons of the Nirvana realm are quite capable. They actually endured humiliation and humbled themselves like dogs. They even took the opportunity of samsara to gather the essence of chaos and steal its will to create a mini chaotic realm. They are indeed quite accomplished. They are the nemesis of all the emissaries of destruction. Unfortunately, they are too narrow-minded and cannot achieve great things. A look of disdain appeared on Jiang Li's face. He directly went to the highest level of the Permitha realm and entered the residence of the three paragons of the Nirvana realm soundlessly. In fact, with the cultivation of the three paragons of the Nirvana realm, they should not have been so weak. However, they were currently refining the king of annihilation and had to resist the auras of all the emissaries of destruction. Therefore, they were completely focused and did not have the time to pay attention to anything else. Of course, this was also because Jiang Li was too strong now. Not only that, he also had the bloodline of a child of the Nirvana realm. He had fused with the origin of the Nirvana realm and performed the heaven's will of the Nirvana realm. Thus, even the heavenly will of the Nirvana realm could not expel him, let alone the three paragons of the Nirvana realm. Jiang Li did not make a move. He only watched the changes in front of him coldly. As expected, the three paragons of the Nirvana realm had many trump cards. After they took out the mini-chaotic realm, they roared again and used their strongest techniques. The three of them each spat out a long river of falsehood from their mouths. The long river of truth came out of Dee's mouth, and the long river of annihilation came out of Dee's mouth. Nala was even more tyrannical. He spat out the long river of Daluo. However, these three long rivers did not reside in the void. They were not real long rivers. Instead, they were similar to the long river of wisdom in the universe's brain. They were fake long rivers. However, even the universe's brain star field could give birth to such a long river of wisdom. Any one of the three paragons was much stronger than the owner of the universe's brain. The resources they obtained were also incomparable. Naturally, the three owners were stronger. The long river of truth, the long river of annihilation, and the long river of Daluo interweaved together. It seemed like they would transform at any time. This was because they were the supreme, true meanings and the strongest vitality that the three paragons had gathered from a few reincarnations. They also contained the spirits of countless living beings and their own ideals. The accumulation of several reincarnations was definitely not a simple matter. The three long rivers were like flood dragons that could transform into divine dragons at any time. As long as they resided in the void, they could immediately achieve supreme cultivation. However, even if their long rivers were successfully resided in the void, they would not be a match for the endless river. This was because Jiang Li's endless river was an existence that surpassed the river of destiny. Although it was not as strong as the river of destiny now, as time passed and more people cultivated the endless great Tao, the endless river would definitely become stronger. Kill. The three paragons of the Nirvana realm bound the three long rivers towards the king of annihilation. Great formation, absorb. The king of annihilation absorbed all of the aura coming from the Nirvana realm's emissaries into his body. He actually began to resist the mini-chaotic world suppression and wear down. The mini-chaotic world was like a six-sided millstone that pressed down from all directions, trying to grind the king of annihilation into powder. Kill again. The long rivers of the three paragons of the Nirvana realm actually burned and fused into the mini-chaotic world. They spat out streams of blood that turned into spells. As long as they killed the king of annihilation on the spot, they would be able to replenish all of their cultivation and even improve further. Complete fusion. All emissaries of annihilation hiding in the Nirvana realm. I am the king of annihilation. You must listen to my orders. Fuse all of your cultivation, essence, spirit, and spirit into my body so that I can escape from this calamity. The king of annihilation issued an order. He knew that if the three paragons of the Nirvana realm refined him, they would definitely receive a reward from the physical world. That reward was astonishing, and it could even allow the three long rivers to be successfully resided in the void. Once the assimilation was successful, the strength of the three paragons of the Nirvana realm would increase exponentially, and their control over the Nirvana realm would increase several-fold. Even the will of the Nirvana realm itself would be controlled and suppressed. The king of annihilation was different from the ordinary emissaries of annihilation. He was an extremely great existence that was born in times of crisis in the primal chaos. The quality of his power was thousands of times that of the ordinary emissaries of annihilation. In the past, the Nine Sons emissary of annihilation wanted to become the king of annihilation, but he did not succeed. In the end, he was devoured by Wan Qinxiu and Xin Yuanbian. Rumble, just how many emissaries of annihilation were hiding in the depths of the Nirvana realm? In fact, Zhongli could not even count them. He only saw that out of the 99 levels of the world, 97 of them were shaking. Billions and trillions of emissaries of annihilation turned into a beam of destructive energy that broke through the barriers of time and space, reaching the body of the King of Annihilation. In that instant, the King of Annihilation's strength was raised to a terrifying level. The King of Annihilation in front of him seemed to have the aura of Yuan Shi and the Heavenly Father. Bang! He punched the mini-chaotic world. The entire mini-chaotic world began to crack. Triple kill. The three Permitha Venerables also merged into the depths of the river and began to mobilize the power of the Permitha River. The raging fire turned into a river of flames. They began to fight with all their might. "O great Permitha, for your safety, we will fight the King of Annihilation with all our might. If we can kill the King of Annihilation, the three of us will be able to promote the Permitha River as well. You must help us. The stronger we are, the more you will be able to merge with the River of Destiny." The three of them prayed. "As you wish. The King of Annihilation will be killed." The voice of the Permitha, source female, could be heard. Her voice was gentle, firm, and unshakable. It was exactly the same as when she was talking to Zhongli. A beam of divine light pierced through the heavens and the earth, shooting out from the depths of the Permitha River like a spear. It pierced through the body of the King of Annihilation. The King of Annihilation's body actually began to crumble. His power was unstable. Originally, he had absorbed the vital energy of all the emissaries of annihilation lurking in the Permitha River. His power was already extremely strong, but it had not been condensed yet. He lacked time, and the strongest attack from the Permitha source completely overpowered his power. It began to crumble. "Ha ha ha!" The three Permitha Venerables laughed. "I wonder how many rewards we'll receive from the material realm after killing the King of Annihilation. Not only that, we've also used this idiotic King of Annihilation to kill all the emissaries of annihilation lurking in the Permitha River. This is killing two birds with one stone. If not for the King of Annihilation's summons, how could we have summoned all the emissaries of annihilation? I feel an unprecedented clarity in the Permitha River. Fortune is gathering towards us," Dee roared. "Yes, we've not only killed the King of Annihilation, but also all the emissaries of annihilation lurking in the Permitha River. This is immeasurable merit for the entire material realm. The Permitha River is deeply envied by the primal chaos. It has the most emissaries of annihilation." Although the three of them were laughing, their attacks became even more ferocious. They suddenly became one. Three elements become one. It turned into a thick tornado, about to engulf the King of Annihilation, crush him, and destroy him. But at this moment, a huge hand silently grabbed the tornado from the void. The tornado slid to the side, and the huge hand grabbed the King of Annihilation, who was on the verge of crumbling, and flung him forcefully. The King of Annihilation was flung out of the Permitha River and into the depths of the Void Realm. The King of Annihilation fell into the splashes of water from the boundless river and was instantly destroyed. Zhongli made his move at the most crucial moment and took advantage of the situation. Chapter 9:32. The three paragons of the Nirvana realm had finally managed to capture the King of Annihilation. Moreover, the King of Annihilation had even summoned all of the emissaries of the Nirvana realm and gathered them in his body. Just how powerful was he? No one could say for sure. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the King of Annihilation was taken away by someone else. The person who took it away was Zhongli. He was the fisherman who took advantage of the situation. In an instant, he transformed into a giant hand and tossed it into the depths of the boundless river, letting the power of the river crush the king of annihilation, just like how the river of destiny had crushed him. The king of annihilation was doomed. Jiangli's boundless river was no longer a simple river. Not only could it absorb the wills and wisdom of all living beings, but it could also devour strange energies and store them as energy reserves. At the most critical moment, it could create a terrifying existence in the depths of the river. This was what he had learned from the river of destiny. Boundless was good at learning. It was always changing, always improving. At this time, Jiangli's body had already left the nirvana realm and entered the depths of the boundless river to suppress the king of annihilation. He was also afraid that something bad would happen. Everything would be fine after he got rid of the king of annihilation. The king of annihilation was a huge mass of energy which contained the origin of time. If he devoured him, Jiangli would not need the last 4 scrolls of the indestructible scripture. He would obtain enough origin of time to raise himself to the heaven and earth realm. Although he did not need to raise himself to surpass the heaven and earth realm, with enough origin of time in his body, he could transform the boundless great Tao again, making it even more complete. Endless changes without end, symbolizing the non-stop cycle of the life realm. "I want to get out," the emissary of annihilation roared. But Jiangli descended like a meteor with raging flames, crushing down on the emissary of annihilation's head, causing his body to split open again. Eternal fire, endless cycle, never extinguished, burn everything. Jiangli turned himself into the boundless fire, burning eternally and tainting the king of annihilation's body. The king of annihilation's essence, qi, and spirit were burning. In an instant, he collapsed, leaving only the core imprint of his primordial spirit. "Devour." Jiangli grabbed the core imprint and fused it into his body. His body turned into a pill furnace, and after some refinement, the core imprint turned into a golden core. This golden core was called the apocalyptic golden core. The world annihilation golden pill dispersed, transforming into runes that entered Jiangli's body, fusing into his blood vessels. In the depths of his mind, all sorts of scenes from the depths of the primal chaos appeared. He was unprecedentedly familiar with the chaos. The king of annihilation was different from the envoy of annihilation. He was an existence that was closer to the origin of chaos. Compared to the emissary of annihilation, there were countless divine abilities that interacted with each other, affected each other, shook each other, and devoured each other. Jiangli had obtained the World Annihilation King and refined it into the World Annihilation Golden Elixir. Originally, when he was refining the World Annihilation King, the chaos would definitely come to stop him. But this time, unexpectedly, the chaos did not send any will down, which made him feel a little strange. But this also meant that there was definitely a huge problem with the chaos. But he definitely could not let his guard down. Even if the chaos was a trillion times weaker, it was still a trillion times stronger than the current Jiangli. Wanting to break through the chaos was basically a hopeless matter. Fortunately, Jiangli saw a glimmer of hope. Perhaps by secretly accumulating it, he would be able to welcome the final dawn of victory. After absorbing the World Annihilation Golden Elixir, he felt the infinite bloodline reach its peak. His entire body expanded, and a strange thing appeared in the depths of his forehead. That was the infinite eye, which could see all sorts of movements in the depths of the chaos. He stood in his infinite river, looking around at the countless spaces around him, and then finally at the chaos. As expected, the chaos, which normally could not be seen through, had now revealed its true face. The indescribably thick chaos qi enveloped everything. It was unknown how deep it was, and what was outside was unknown. But in the depths of the chaos, Jiangli saw a few freaks. In particular, the freak who had been in contact with the Flicker Sovereign seemed to be on the verge of breaking free. That freak was about to fall when the melon was ripe. That freak's power was incomparably immense, and it did not belong to any of the physical worlds. If it descended into the physical world, it was likely that it would be another illustrious giant, perhaps even not inferior to the strongest of the samsara cycle. After this freak matures, he will definitely break free from the control of the chaos. But it's easier said than done. He can't descend in a physical form and can only be reincarnated through possession. In that case, the Flicker Sovereign is the best candidate for him, because the Flicker Sovereign's current cultivation is extremely strong. As long as I imbue the profundities of the infinite divine fist into his body, he can gradually surpass the existence of the great emperor. That would be the best shelter. But at this time, I can directly kill this freak and then absorb his power. That would be equivalent to absorbing the strongest of the samsara cycle. At that time, my cultivation will increase again. But I still need to observe the depths of the chaos and see what exactly is happening inside. Once Jiang Li's plan was set, he silently descended his power into the depths of the Permethar realm. At this time, the 3 Permethar realm venerables were already dumbfounded. Before they could recover from their shock, the King of Annihilation was captured and refined in the depths of the infinite river. This actually happened in a split second, and when they came to their senses, it was already too late. The King of Annihilation had already become a part of Jiang Li's bloodline. Damn it! In the next instant, the 3 venerables had already regained consciousness. What level of cultivation did they have? Naturally, they knew what had happened in that split second. The 3 venerables were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. It was not easy for the little chaotic realm to contain the King of Annihilation, but it was taken away just like that. The frustration was indescribable. They were so hot-blooded that they wanted to rush into the void realm and destroy the infinite river. However, the infinite river expanded once again, and waves of power poured down like cold water on their heads. They did not dare to take even half a step forward and could only obediently stay in the Permethar realm. Damn Jiang Li, damn the Lord of the Red Dust realm. He actually did such a thing. He is already hidden in the Permethar realm, and we finally managed to capture the King of Annihilation, but he took it away. Kill, kill, kill. You must kill this person. This person is the person I hate the most, and he has become the person I want to kill the most. I can say that in any reincarnation, I have never hated someone so much. The 3 Permethar realm venerables roared. Is that so? Do you all hate me that much? Jiang Li's clone appeared. He appeared in front of the 3 Permethar realm venerables. It's you, Lord of the Red Dust realm. How dare you appear before us? The 3 venerables almost pounced on him, but they still did not move because they could feel the destructive power contained in Jiang Li's body. Why wouldn't I dare to appear before you? Jiang Li retorted, I'm much stronger than you guys now, and I've also devoured the King of Annihilation and even destroyed all the emissaries of Annihilation hiding in the Permethar realm. As for you guys, because of the battle with the emissaries of Annihilation, you guys have lost a lot of your strength. Under such circumstances, you guys are at the end of your rope, and I can totally suppress you guys. This is the best time to take your life while you're down. The faces of the 3 Permethar realm venerables were all red. You're shameless. Shameless? I'm still not as shameless as the 3 of you. Jiang Li laughed coldly. Don't forget, I have the memories of the King of Hope, the King of Power, and the King of Ears. In their memories, the 3 of you were sneaky and did all kinds of dirty things, even betraying your own subordinates. You guys once built a huge force, but at the last moment, you killed them all with just one sentence. Their souls are still in the depths of chaos. What Jiang Li said was the truth. Once, the 3 Permethar realm venerables had built a huge sect, and all of them were geniuses with great luck. However, they listened to the will of chaos, and in a single night, all of them killed their own people, and thus survived the calamity. They were cruel and merciless, and they could give up anyone for themselves. In their eyes, the Permethar realm venerables were just people who could be betrayed at any time. As long as they reached an agreement with chaos, they could kill everyone. Naturally, Jiang Li had to eliminate such people. Their ideals were different. Jiang Li could sacrifice himself for humanity. That's for survival. If it were you, you would do the same, the 3 venerables said. You bunch of people, what do you know about sacrifice? There's such a thing as sacrifice. Jiang Li's eyes turned cold. Which of the strongest in each cycle has ever compromised with chaos? If you have the thought of compromising, you don't deserve to be the strongest. That's why the three of you are still here as dogs. What do you mean by strongest? D said, only those who survive are the strongest. Those who die are trash. Jiangli, what do you want? Law stopped D from saying anything else. It's simple. Give me the Permethar realm, and the three of you can take up a position in the mortal realm. Jiangli said, although you have ambition and selfishness, I can still control you. If you're not willing, only death awaits you. Chaos can't let you die for now, but I can. Is that so? You're treating Permethar as well like nothing? D flew into a rage. The mortal realm is a joke. It's just a small human realm, and the blood realm, the immortal realm, and the netherworld realm. The Permethar realm is a whole of 99 great universes, 10 times stronger than the mortal realm. How dare you speak so shamelessly here? So you want to die? Zhongli sighed. Looks like no one can save you. We've been recognized by Heaven's will. If you dare attack us, you're going against Heaven's will. Permethar's will, we sincerely summon you. The three venerables immediately began to pray. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of them. But other than the woman, there was also a man. The woman was Permethar's will, and the man was as strong as Permethar's will. Who was he? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.